sad 2 minute da usikaju i to. Jeste. Jeste, pa oni će biti sa strane negdje, ne znam što će biti. Jeste, tako je, samo ćemo iskloniti, ali trebaju postati će trebati samo njih, medije, da zamolite da odstupe kada završimo za minut slikanje. Znači ja hoću, Admire, gledaj ti molim, treba će medije, znači fizički odmaknuti, jer ovo je sad previše iskusnuto, ja sam znala će to iz ovoga. Kad ja moram, znači da kažem ono himna, sve, oni moraju odstupiti, onda postikaju ovo, znaš. Ali moraju svi vi, uključujući ko ste se samo do njih doći i da im kažete, hajmo se sad skloniti. Znaš. Eto ga. Došli smo. Members of the press, please. May I have your attention, please? You will have only 1 minute more to take photos and the conference will start. Therefore, please make room and space for the other guests to come in. Members of the press, I kindly remind you, you have 1 more minute. Nemoj samo...
Sad je žena rekla imamo još 3 minuta.
Ladies and gentlemen, if all members of the media have taken their places, I would kindly suggest our program to start. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May I have your attention, please? I would kindly ask you, all of you, please stand for the photos of the hall. Please stand for the photos of the hall, so the members of the media can take the photograph, official photograph of all of you. Members of the media, please respect the distance. Please remain standing for the photos. 1 more minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the anthem of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you. You may see. Thank you very much. Members of the press, please take your seats. Honorable guests, respected members of government, investors and private owners, project owners, I wish a very warm welcome to 11th Sarajevo Business Forum. It is my pleasure to be the Master of Ceremonies at the 11th International Business Conference Sarajevo Business Forum 2022. My name is Naida Kundurović, and I hope that you will have a wonderful day ahead. This is the 11th year for Sarajevo Business Forum under the patronage of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina in cooperation with Government Institution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The forum is proudly organized by Bosna Bank International in cooperation with the Islamic Development Bank Group. There is plenty to look forward this year, and I think you find this year's Sarajevo Business Forum as one of the most collaborative and innovative. We have many insightful speakers gathered today, so let us make sure that you hear from all of them. Before we get started, however, we ask that you respect the speakers by turning your cell phones off and keeping them on vibrate mode throughout the day. Also, please note that audio translation devices in several languages are available, as always. You may ask a hostess for further information and assistance. We are now continuing with our welcome message from today's organizer. I kindly invite His Excellency Mr. Željko Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to deliver today's welcome message on behalf of Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So please, very warm applause for Mr. Komšić.
Jedna korekcija, moram i zbog kolege Džaferovića, nisam predsjedavajući predsjedništva, kolega Džaferović je, koji je spriječen i zapravo obraćam se i u njegovo ime. Poštovani predsjedniče Pahor, uvaženi ministre Mus, dragi prijatelji, gospodine Mesić, gospodine Zajev, predstavnici institucija svih nivoa vlasti u Bosni i Hercegovini, cijenjeni privrednici, dragi gosti, ekscelencije, dame i gospodo. Zadovoljstvo mi je što imamo priliku nakon teške 2 godine od izbijanja pandemije COVID-19 da se okupimo i da na jednom mjestu okupimo privrednike i predstavnike vlasti na Sarajevo Business Forumu kako bismo zajedničkim snagama našli odgovore na izazove koji su se pojavili pred nama u sasvim novim okolnostima. Veoma mi je drago da se tradicija nastavlja, jer se Sarajevo Business Forum pozicionirao kao jedan od najvažnijih poslovnih i investicionih događaja u jugoistočnoj Europi. Na današnjem skupu je bio planirano da se obrati moj kolega predsjedavajući predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine, gospodin Šefik Džaferović, no zbog neodložnog puta u New York i prisustva sjednici Vijeća sigurnosti Ujedinjenih nacija, dogovorili smo se da se ovom prilikom, ovom uvaženom skupu obratim ja. Neću vam govoriti o ekonomskim parametrima i poslovnim trendovima, jer vi koji se direktno bavite ekonomijom i investicijama o tome znate više. Stoga, ovim svojim obraćanjem želim da vam predstavim neka ključna opredjeljenja i prioritete Bosne i Hercegovine koji proizilaze iz naših međunarodnih obaveza. Također se želimo osvrnuti i na neke globalne izazove o kojima moramo voditi računa. Europska perspektiva cijelog regiona i naša želja da svoj ekonomski i administrativni sistem uskladimo sa standardima Europske unije, zadale su nam određeni okvir unutar kojeg smo izabrali da provodimo reforme i gradimo temelje stabilnosti i prosperiteta naše zemlje. Stvaranje okruženja povoljnog za investiranje nužno se mora oslanjati na eliminaciju suvišnih birokratskih procedura i efikasnu borbu protiv korupcije. No, pored ovih ključnih elemenata, uvjeren sam da cijeli region mora nadići iracionalne političke težnje iz prošlosti koje vode u destabilizaciju i okrenuti se budućnosti, povećanju ekonomskog rada, standardu društva i tako spriječiti odlazak aktivne radne snage, pogotovo mladih ljudi. Put koji se nužno nameće kao jedini logičan put je put regionalne saradnje i približavanje standarda najvećem i najbližem tržištu, tačnije tržištu Europske unije. Mislim da tako možemo biti konkurentniji i privući kompanije iz svijeta koje žele u Bosni i Hercegovini i regionu imati svoju odskočnu dasku ka tržištu Europske unije. Vjerujem da ovaj region može biti most između velikih tržišta Europe i Azije. Načinjeno je u tom pravcu nekoliko koraka. Bosna i Hercegovina se aktivno zalaže za zajedničko regionalno tržište nastalo u sklopu Berlinskog procesa, a razrađeno na samitu u Sofiji. U tom zajedničkom regionalnom tržištu imamo već postojeće regionalne institucije koje državama regiona pomažu da na regionalnom nivou primijene najbolje prakse i standarde Europske unije, pripremajući se tako za naš dalji put ka ekonomskoj integraciji Zapadnog Balkana u europsko tržište. Poštujemo mi i druge inicijative, ali smatramo da prednost treba dati onima koji imaju strukturu, ekspertizu i ozvaničenu koordinacionu ulogu. U Sarajevu je sjedište Regionalnog vijeća za saradnju, koje aktivno pruža plansku podršku u vezivanju regiona u oblastima slobode kretanja ljudi, istraživanja, razvoja i inovacija. Također, Europski sporazum o slobodnoj trgovini, takozvana CEFTA, aktivno radi na usaglašavanju trgovinskih praksi i eliminaciji prepreka trgovini i pružanju usluga. Transportna zajednica Jugoistočne Europe koordinira aktivnosti obnove i izgradnje putne i željezničke infrastrukture regiona kako bi bolja povezanost olakšala promet radne snage i roba, ali i unaprijedila standarde sigurnosti u transportu. Konačno, energetska zajednica Jugoistočne Europe je tu da koordinira aktivnosti na provedbi obaveza iz energetskih paketa reformi o liberalizaciji energetskog tržišta i unapređenju energetske infrastrukture te zelene agende koja nas vodi ka dekarbonizaciji energetskog sektora. Ovdje se želim malo zadržati i skrenuti pažnju na nužnost usklađivanja strateških razvojnih ciljeva i naših obaveza u borbi protiv klimatskih promjena. U oktobru prošle godine učestvovao sam na konferenciji o klimatskim promjenama u Glasgowu. U pripremi za tu konferenciju specijalizirani timovi za izradu plana energetske tranzicije pod okriljem Ministarstva vanjske trgovine i ekonomskih odnosa Bosne i Hercegovine su dali procjenu o okvirnoj cifri od 17 milijardi konvertibilnih maraka koje treba uložiti u energetsku tranziciju do 2050. godine, što je krajnji rok za dekarbonizaciju. Pozivam vas, investitore i poslovne ljude, da u saradnji sa našim institucijama učestvujemo u ovom velikom projektu energetske tranzicije. Ovaj iznos od 17 milijardi konvertibilnih maraka predstavlja veliki izazov, ali iskreno i priliku za investitore u ovom sektoru. To podrazumijeva investicije u energetsku efikasnost, razvoj tržišta energije, razvoj pametnih digitalnih mreža za upravljanje potrošnjom električne energije i povećanje izgradnje kapaciteta i korištenja obnovljivih izvora energije. Sofijskom deklaracijom o zelenoj agendi za Zapadni Balkan smo iskazali snažno opredjeljenje da ćemo zajedno sa Europskom unijom raditi na stvaranju klimatski neutralne Europe do 2050. godine, te održive poljoprivrede i proizvodnje hrane, što se pokazuje posebno važnim u trenutnim okolnostima na europskom kontinentu. Nama je potrebna pravedna energetska tranzicija koja obuhvata prelazak sa fosilnih na održive i obnovljive izvore energije na način koji uzima u obzir prava i opstanak radnika koji ostvaruju sredstva za život u tom sektoru. Bosna i Hercegovina predstavlja upravo takvu državu u kojoj je nepripremljena i brza energetska tranzicija stvorila, a tek može stvoriti velike socijalne i privredne probleme. Stoga je bitno da energetsku tranziciju prate postupni programi socijalnog zbrinjavanja, prekvalifikacija te ekološkog saniranja napuštenih ugljenokopa i rudnika. Vijeće ministara Bosne i Hercegovine u martu 2021. godine usvojilo nacionalno utvrđeni doprinos Bosne i Hercegovine za period 2020-2030. Prema tom planu, bezuslovni cilj smanjenja emisije stakleničkih gasova za 2030. godinu je 12,8 u odnosu na 2014. godinu ili 33,2% u odnosu na 1990. Što se tiče eksploatacije uglja, uslovni cilj za 2030. je smanjenje od 17,5% u odnosu na 2014. ili 36,8% u odnosu na 1990. s naglaskom na pravednu tranziciju u rudarskim oblastima. Nažalost, povrh problema sa dekarbonizacijom energetskog sektora suočavamo se i sa energetskom krizom i krizom prehrambene industrije uzrokovanih agresijom Rusije na Ukrajinu. Zato moramo računati i s tim da će rat u Ukrajini dalje usložniti odnose u svjetskoj ekonomiji, a posebno u energetici i prehrambenoj industriji. Zato treba razmišljati i o novim energetskim pravcima i LNG terminalima za tečni prirodni plin u cilju diversifikacije snabdijevanja. Pored pomenuta dva sektora, važno je spomenuti potencijale namjenske industrije u Bosni i Hercegovini, podržati i filmsku industriju i oživljavanje turizma u Bosni i Hercegovini i regionu nakon ublažavanja svih mjera koje su preduzete u borbi sa pandemijom COVID-19. Da ne dužim. I na kraju, želim se zahvaliti organizatorima i strateškim partnerima Sarajevo Biznis foruma na odlučnosti da se ovaj skup održi, odnosno tradicija nastavi. Svima vama želim uspješan rad i mnogo novih poslovnih kontakata, ideja i naravno konkretnih poslova. Hvala vam još jednom.
Thank you, Mr. Komšić, for your message regarding economy recovery, future of our economy delivered to our investors. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Alek Bakalović to deliver today's message on behalf of the organizers. Mr. Bakalović is CEO of Bosna Bank International, a premier bank with a unique mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The bank is also the Sarajevo Business Forum leads organizer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bakalović to the stage.
Dear Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Ministers, government representatives, ambassadors, distinguished guests, business representatives, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Bosna Bank International to the 11th International Investment Conference, Sarajevo Business Forum 2022. First, let me express my gratitude and appreciation to the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina that has once again accepted our invitation to be the patron of the event. I take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Mr. Željko Komšić, member of the Presidency, for taking time to be here with us today. We are grateful to Canton Sarajevo and its Ministry of Economy for being this year's strategic partner of the event. I want to acknowledge the presence of numerous international guests, government representatives, and indeed business leaders who have joined from 40 different countries. Special gratitude goes to the institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina that recognize SBF ambition to attract new investments. We have established true public-private cooperation in organizing SBF, and we hope it will continue in the coming years. It's a privilege to have at this place such a large number of high-ranking decision makers from both government, financial, and private sector. Your presence is a very strong encouragement and recognition that we are going in the right direction. SBF is a project that is important both economically and socially for the whole country, and it's our most impactful contribution to our community. We are organizing the event after a 2 years break because of the pandemic, and many things have changed in the meantime. To organize an event of such a large scale, BBI team had to start preparations in December last year during the COVID crisis. It was difficult to understand if it's even feasible to organize the event of this size. We took the risk, which is not very typical for the bankers, but fortunately the situation has completely changed, and now we welcome you here in the full capacity. Let me share some information on the banking in Bosnia. Banking system, together with banking regulator, addressed the COVID crisis properly and special measures set in place. As a result, we had a deposits base remaining stable and even with a steady growth. Financing continued as demanded, and even the cost of risk remained at the levels which are acceptable. Profitability of the sector remained strong, and liquidity of the system reached record high. There even some amount of 2 billion euros available in the excess of the mandatory reserve with the central bank. To conclude, banking in Bosnia is well perceived as the best organized industry, stable and reliable. What banking needs today in our country are entrepreneurs and support from the government to facilitate bureaucratic procedure, enable and attract investments so the liquidity would be deployed. This deployment would benefit the economy and the quality of life of the people in the country. More than cash investments, our companies need cross-border partnership and so they can build the know-how and access to foreign markets. With Sarajevo Business Forum, we are putting all necessary pieces of that investment puzzle together. The financial system of Bosnia and Herzegovina will remain stable even during the Ukrainian crisis and the restrictions imposed to the Russian banks. Real-life stress testing worked well for the banking system in Bosnia, and I believe this is an important message to all foreign investors. Looking at the major economical KPIs, Bosnia and Herzegovina has recovered from pandemic crisis. Of course, there is a supply chain disruption that impacts prices in 2022. Global patterns of trade, production, and consumption are changing irrevocably. While it represents a threat to any nation, we also must explore the opportunities from such significant change. Therefore, we have introduced in our business forum panels with respected speakers to share their ideas and wisdom on this burning topic. In the meantime, some other global uncertainties appeared, which threaten regional, global trade, and business cooperation. This all illustrates in how unpredictable circumstances we are living in, and it seems that the only constant is change, just with a bigger magnitude. One of the opportunities we have identified in the nearshoring concept for Southeast Europe is nearshoring. Europe has everything to offer, and a logical solution for Western companies is to allocate or even reallocate their production facilities to our region. This being either from the Western Europe or from other offshore destinations. In opposite to this is the relocation in other direction of our most valued assets, young and educated people, in the peak of their capacity to contribute to our society and pay back in what was invested in them. This is something that we cannot afford, but it is happening already. We are situated in a region in which every country is too small to think for itself. Although we are witnessing some deglobalizing trends, these trends are not a result of economic logic, but rather political decisions. Economic collaboration is only effective option for our region. We must use this conference to learn from each other and explore opportunities for joint projects, which we may use to attract additional investments. For investors, we are interesting only as an investment destination and only as a region. Our countries are too small to be treated separately. Energy needs to be focused on collaboration, focus on sustainable development, and becoming major players in the nearshoring trend. It is a chance for the region of Southeast Europe. We strongly believe that the nearshoring should be the regional initiative. Another panel to be managed within the Sarajevo Business Forum this year is the tourism. Although manufacturing through nearshoring concept offers a good long-term opportunity for economic development, we also need to think about approaches that deliver almost immediate growth. Tourism quickly boosts the revenues of the economy, creates thousands of jobs, develops the infrastructure of the country, and builds cultural exchange between the foreigners and the locals. Tourism has also strongly recovered in the post-COVID period, and we have announced a record number of flights from Sarajevo. We really appreciate initiative of our friends from USAID who work tirelessly on branding Bosnia and Herzegovina as an attractive tourist destination. It will be interesting to hear opinions of the speakers on the tourism panel. We in BBI Bank believe it's our obligation to offer positive contribution to society through our business models. Islamic banking industry is growing fast on a global level, but besides growth in number terms, it's even more important to stress the deeper role it plays for providing positive value to society. We are proud to witness positive impact of BBI banking model in changing economic and social conditions of people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The role of the socially responsible banking is becoming more and more important. For Sarajevo Business Forum 2022, we have collected a record number of projects for foreign investors, and BBI is very much ready to provide assistance in facilitating investment processes. Our intention is for SBF to be the catalyst for foreign direct investments. Dear friends, excellencies, guests, business representatives, members of the media, I wish you all pleasant stay. May you find your fruitful investment opportunities and cultivate long-term business relationships. Thank you.
Mr. Bakalovic, thank you very much for your message and continued support of progress of this region through development and organization of Sarajevo Business Forum. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Adnan Delic, Minister of Economy of Canton Sarajevo, to join us on the stage, and he is well a strategic partner of Sarajevo Business Forum. Please give a warm applause.
Dear Excellency, dear guests and partners, I would like to wish you a warm welcome to the Sarajevo Business Forum and to our Sarajevo. I want you to enjoy while you are visiting our beautiful country and have a good time here. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to present my speech in our beautiful Bosnian language. Uvaženom članu predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine, gospodinu Komšiću, poštovanim organizatorima, upravi i predsjedniku uprave BBI banke, gospodinu Bakaloviću, cijenjenim ekscelencijama, predstavnicima domaće i međunarodne diplomatije, našim privrednicima i poslovnim partnerima, predstavnicima međunarodne poslovne zajednice i svim posjetiteljima 11. po redu Sarajevo Business Foruma, želim uputiti tople pozdrave, srdačnu i iskrenu dobrodošlicu u naš glavni grad. U ime Vlade kantona Sarajevo i u ime Ministarstva privrede kantona Sarajevo kao strateškog partnera Sarajevo Business Foruma velika mi je čast, ali i osobno zadovoljstvo biti danas ovdje sa vama i iznimno cijenim priliku da sa vama podijelim viziju Sarajeva i viziju Bosne i Hercegovine kakve ih mi vidimo i želimo da ih vidimo u budućnosti. Sarajevo Business Forum etablirao se u regionalnoj i svjetskoj poslovnoj zajednici kao najveći i najznačajniji poslovno-investicijski forum u jugoistočnoj Evropi. I tome svjedočite i svi vi ovdje danas prisutni. Svi smo tu jer znamo da su Sarajevo i Bosna i Hercegovina meeting point, tačka susreta onog najboljeg i od istoka i od zapada, ključna tačka Balkana i privlačna destinacija za sve investicije za mnoge grane privrede koje su danas pokretači svjetske ekonomije. Tu prije svega mislim na prerađivačku industriju, poljoprivrednu, prehrambenu, filmsku, namjensku, IT industriju, turizam, ali naravno i sve druge grane privrede. Mi u Vladi kantona Sarajevo prepoznali smo važnost razvoja strateških grana privrede i važnost kvalitetnih investicija, što domaćih, što stranih, kao i osnovnih elemenata dugoročnog razvoja kantona Sarajevo, a samim time i države Bosne i Hercegovine. Naša vizija je da Sarajevo u narednim godinama postane najpoželjnija i najsigurnija investicijska destinacija Balkana, ali i kompletne regije jugoistočne Evrope. Prije svega u oblasti proizvodnje i turizma, a onda i svih drugih grana privrede. Na ostvarenju te vizije kao partnere naravno vidimo investicijske i poslovne zajednice naših prijateljskih zemalja, primarno Evropske unije, Jugoistočne Azije, ali i svih drugih koji pokažu ozbiljan interes za kanton Sarajevo i državu Bosnu i Hercegovinu. Svjesni smo da je za dugoročni i daljni rast i razvoj kantona Sarajeva i države Bosne i Hercegovine neophodna zdrava i jaka privreda. Privreda zasnovana na proizvodnji i razvoju poduzetništva, novih tehnologija, privlačenju domaćih i stranih investicija, kao i uspostavljanju i jačanju institucije javno-privatnog partnerstva. Na tim temeljima želimo da gradimo privredu koja će biti ogledni primjer zdrave i jake ekonomije u našem regionu. To je naše opredjeljenje i želimo da svi vi, potencijalni investitori, domaći i strani, znate da u Vladi kantona Sarajevo i Ministarstvu privrede kantona Sarajevo imate pouzdanog i sigurnog partnera koji će učiniti sve potrebno da vaša investicija bude sigurna i uspješna. Olakšat ćemo vam sve birokratske procedure, zakone već prilagođavamo savremenom načinu poslovanja, unapređujemo poslovno-industrijske zone i ukupan poslovni ambijent, jer je to jedini način da kanton Sarajevo, ali i država Bosna i Hercegovina postane i ostane najatraktivnije i najstabilnije poslovno središte regije. Želio bih naglasiti da Sarajevo ima sve neophodne predispozicije, od odličnog strateškog i geografskog položaja, prirodnih bogatstava, duge tradicije u prerađivačkoj, prehrambenoj i namjenskoj industriji, talentiranu, educiranu, motiviranu radnu snagu i snažnu emociju prema svom glavnom gradu i domovini Bosni i Hercegovini, koja je, vjerujem, naše najveće i najvrijednije bogatstvo i potencijal. Osim toga, Sarajevo je glavni grad i u njemu je najveća koncentracija privrednih subjekata. Kao takvo, Sarajevo je stub i generator privrednog razvoja države Bosne i Hercegovine. Prema najnovijim poslovnim izvještajima za prethodnu godinu, kanton Sarajevo prednjači u odnosu na sve ostale kantone i kanton je koji je ostvario najbolje poslovne rezultate u 2021. godini, kao u ostalom i godinama unazad. Naš cilj je da nastavimo i unaprijedimo privredni rast kantona Sarajevo i države Bosne i Hercegovine i vjerujemo da zajedno možemo doprinijeti ostvarenju tog cilja. Stoga vas pozivam da upoznate prednosti investiranja u kanton Sarajevo i budete dijelom naše poslovne zajednice, da zajedno radimo na ostvarenju vizije Sarajeva kao najprivlačnije i najpoželjnije investicijske destinacije u ovom dijelu svijeta. Želim vam ugodan boravak u glavnom gradu države Bosne i Hercegovine, Sarajevu, i nadam se da ćemo tokom ovog foruma stvoriti jake veze koje će biti temelj naše budućnosti i naše buduće saradnje. Hvala vam.
Mr. Delic, thank you. We truly share the vision that Sarajevo can become in the future a safe and, of course, most prominent investment destination of the Balkan region. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia, to join us at the stage to deliver today's first key speech. Please, Mr. Pahor, welcome.
My dear colleague and friend, Željko Komšić, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is good to be back after 3 years. I warmly welcome the in-depth discussion about business opportunities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This forum has already proven to be one of the key forums to discuss economic prosperity of this beautiful country and the whole region. Let me say briefly a couple of things about a couple of issues. First of all, Western Balkans. First precondition for economic development is a political stability. Without political stability, there is no real economic and social prosperity. Now, as in any country, it is up to political leaders in this beautiful country to invest more energy and sincere political will to settle all issues in constructive manner. It goes also for all countries in the region. There are 3 key issues in Western Balkans that I regularly express concern about. First, Bulgarian blockade of the North Macedonia and consequently Albania, lack of progress in the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue, and above all, unstable situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, mainly as matters the enlargement process of EU to Western Balkans and to Bosnia and Herzegovina. It is my strong belief that European Union is the answer to all questions of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the whole Western Balkans. European Union is essential to ensuring peace and security, and I think European Union has no alternative. The EU integration process has been far too slow, and this leads to a rise in nationalism and unacceptable ideas of border changes. Now, let me now focus on the main issue I would like to share view with you about one very bold idea, maybe the idea out of the box, which I think would be good for EU and would be good also for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Enlargement of the EU to the Western Balkans is an issue of the first geopolitical order. It is even more clear this after the invasion of Russian Federation to Ukraine. I have supported the idea of fast-track process for Ukraine. However, I'm eager to see a real fast-track approach when it comes to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Munich Security Conference, back in mid-February, before the invasion of Russian Federation to Ukraine, that is even, so in mid-February, I called for a fast-track approach for Bosnia and Herzegovina, or some sort of sui generis status of this country as far as enlargement process of EU is concerned. I suggested to many of European leaders and my colleagues that Bosnia should get a candidate status without further preconditions. So the whole idea is as follows. Now, 14 conditions have to be, done to get the status. My idea, and idea of some of my colleagues, is to give the status to Bosnia without any precondition, and then to ask the Bosnian authorities to, fulfill the obligations. That would change the dynamic of the process. I don't think that at this very moment there is a consensus about this, absolutely not. But I think that after the invasion of Russian Federation to Ukraine and the change in the mood in European Union about the status of Ukraine at this very moment, as far as EU enlargement process is concerned, I think we should, we should take this very opportunity to debate also the status of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think this is very crucial for the peace and stability for the entire region, and it is very good for the perspective of Bosnia, which is well known for its aspiration for the full membership in European Union. So I don't know if this is feasible. I know how complicated it would be to get a consensus on this, but I think in this very moment, this is the most productive idea that I could think about, having in mind all difficulties in last 20 years of enlargement process of EU to Western Balkans. So to give the opportunity to Bosnia to get a status, and then to ask the presidency and all institutions to get the job done. This change in dynamic, I think, it would change also the real things on the ground as far as enlargement process of EU to Bosnia and Herzegovina is concerned. Namely, if we would look the enlargement process of EU to Western Balkans or NATO enlargement to Western Balkans, we could see that every country in the region has something, is somewhere, but Bosnia. I think this is not fair. I know how complicated are things in the country, but I have all confidence as a friend of Bosnia that institutions in this beautiful country and leaders in this beautiful country could do the job. But I think at this very moment, there is a need for a strong support from the Brussels to, move a little bit things, ahead, to give some, impression also to the people of this beautiful country, that this European perspective is feasible. Okay, there will be a lot of work to be done, but it is feasible. It is there. The emotions and the political will in Brussels are there. We would like to support. We would like to move the status of Bosnia and Herzegovina, that the whole, Western Balkans could be more safe and more prosperous for the time to come. I would like to ask everybody to consider this idea at this very moment. I know how difficult it is for everybody now dealing with new circumstances in EU, in Western Balkans, in Ukraine, and in other countries, but probably this is the moment. We are waiting for a long time that this 14 precondition would be, implemented. I don't think there is a good chance that would be implemented in near future. I think that change of dynamics should be here let us inspire Brussels to take the first move and then to ask our friends in Bosnia to do their job. Now it is the time. I know how bold this idea is. It is out of the box, but I think after all of my experiences dealing with our approach to EU, the approach of other countries in Central and Eastern Europe and other countries in Western Balkans, I think this is the only way to go. I will do my best to debate this with my colleagues among 27 countries. I said it at the very beginning that this is my idea. It's not an official position of EU. I am not here to speak on behalf of EU, but as somebody who has had a lot of good and bad experiences here in this beautiful region, and especially in this beautiful country, I would go with this idea as one of the most, I think, attractive one at this very moment, and I wish this idea and the country my best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Pahor, first of all, for being a friend of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and of course mentioning fast-track approach for Bosnia and Herzegovina and candidate status. Important topic. So, my pleasure is now to invite His Excellency Dr. Mehmet Mush, Minister of Trade of the Republic of Turkey, to join us at the stage to deliver, of course, a keynote speech. Thank you.
His Excellency, the President of Slovenia, His Excellency, Member of the Presidency of Bosnia Herzegovina, distinguished participants, dear ministers. First of all, I would like to express my pleasure to attend the opening of the 11th Sarajevo Business Forum with such a distinguished group of participants in our brother country, Bosnia Herzegovina. I also would like to give His Excellency Mr. Bekir Izetbegovic, His Excellency Shefik Jaferovic, and Mr. Alek Bakalovic credit for their invaluable contributions to initiating and organizing this forum. Despite the 2-year break due to the pandemic, it is very pleasing to see the forum is resuming. In 2010, the first Sarajevo Business Forum was held with the participation of our President, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan. I would like to pass his greetings and well wishes for your success, who cordially supports the forum from the very beginning. Today, we are very pleased to see that this forum has turned into an important business event which enables business networking throughout the whole Southeast Europe region. Further, Sarajevo Business Forum allows us to further our relationship to ensure the sustainable development of each country in the region. SBF provides a unified vision for sustainable economic development to Balkan countries. And Turkey has been given the support required to reach that vision from the beginning. Distinguished participants, as rightfully said as the main theme of this year, nearshoring is likely to be a rising concept in the upcoming period in global business. Increasingly, starting from the 1980s, global businesses have set the trend of offshore outsourcing mainly in China, and in time, this has expanded into most of the Far East region. Having begun after the tide of trade protectionism and peaked with the pandemic, multinational companies whose manufacturing bases are located in offshore regions have faced immense challenges. Such companies have been confronted by logistical risks that fragmented their supply chain, along with the rising labor cost in Far East region. Therefore, multinational companies have started to explore nearshoring to prevent great disruptions in their supply chains and assure supply chain resilience. Nearshoring allows companies to move their operations to the geographically closest country with a qualified workforce and reduce cost of living without the time difference. By the way, I should underline that geopolitics is the key to evaluating the best nearshoring destination. In addition to the locations geographically nearer than offshore locations, the similarities in terms of trade, tariffs, and commercial, sociopolitical, and geographical facets are also very important for proper nearshoring. In this respect, having similar cultural backgrounds as in Western countries, while offering a reduced cost of production, are becoming more and more attractive. The COVID-19 pandemic has added to this trend by revealing all the weaknesses of global production. By nearshoring, companies move their operations to the closest country. On the other hand, Balkan countries are located close to the EU. They have close ties in terms of both geographically and culturally. They have comparatively lower wage costs and skilled and qualified labor costs. In the light of these facts, the Balkan region can easily prevail over other regions from the aspect of European and Turkish companies preferring nearshoring on their operations. In this regard, I strongly believe that both Bosnia, Herzegovina, and the region as a whole will vastly benefit from nearshoring by attracting greater investment in the near future. Esteemed participants, as I highlighted earlier, the Balkans will be one of the few regions that are going to exploit most of the benefits of rebuilding the global value chain. In this context, we strongly believe that trade and economic partnership at a critical scale will only serve to the enhancement of such benefits. We also reckon that free trade agreements are the most proper basis for the establishment of such regional partnerships. As you well know, Turkey has certainly currently free trade agreements with 5 Southeast European countries. Yet from now on, we should take a step forward in our regional cooperation and aim to achieve more comprehensive trade agreements among us to stimulate intra-regional trade. In that respect, we consider the Regional Convention on Pan-European Mediterranean Preferential Rules of Origin as a big step to that end. The Pan-Euro-Med Zone currently consists of 23 contracting parties, including the EU, Turkey, and the Balkan countries. The Convention allows for cumulation between some of the contracting parties, offering extended sourcing opportunities to traders while fostering the economic integration of the zone. For instance, the FTA between Turkey and Bosnia-Herzegovina have been amended in accordance with the Convention. Within this new system, the parties can apply diagonal cumulation, which operates between Turkey, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and any other party to the Convention. Thus, as supply chains are quickly adapting nearshoring to meet customers' needs in a timely and reliable manner, the Pan-Euro-Med Zone will open a window of opportunities to reach that goal. Dear participants, in the last couple of years, multilateralism in international trade has faced certain compelling challenges. Yet, on every occasion, the global trading system has become more and more aware of the need for a widely recognized rule-based system to ensure a well-functioning global trade. Turkey believes in the importance of the role of international organizations in the international trade. In that regard, we support the facilitation of accession negotiations of Bosnia and Herzegovina to WTO. We hope to see Bosnia Herzegovina in WTO as a full member of the earliest opportunity. Distinguished guests, Sarajevo Business Forum provides a unique ground to flourish new ideas and actions to discover the potential of the Southeast Europe. As part of this region, we know very well that we are connected with a common history, culture, and also a common future. The Balkans is a gateway to EU, to Europe, while Turkey is a gateway to Asia and the Middle East for the Balkans and the other European countries. In this regard, Turkey has always been proud of being a part of the forum. I would like to recall that the success you have shown so far is admirable, and I fully believe that this success will increasingly maintain in the future. Prior to concluding my words, I would like to express Turkey's sincere gratitude to the organizer of this forum and all the participants, especially to our friends from Bosnia Herzegovina for their warm hospitality. It's also my sincere hope that Turkey and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as brotherly partners, will continue to enhance their close and fruitful cooperation both within and outside of this forum. Thank you.
Mr. Mush, thank you very much for your thoughts regarding well-functioning global trade and continued support to Bosnia and Herzegovina. We will now hear a keynote speech from His Excellency Ambassador Johan Sattler, head of the delegation of the European Union to Bosnia and Herzegovina and European Union Special Representative in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So let us hear Mr. Sattler's message.
Dear President Bauer, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, vrlo drago mi je da smo nakon dugih godina pandemije opet možemo tu biti zajedno, and I want to thank the organizers of this forum. You have been playing a very useful role over the last 12 years to bring together exactly this dialogue, which is not happening enough, between business leaders and policymakers, and I'm happy today that I can add my voice and bring a few messages from the European Union's angle. I don't need to delve into the far-reaching consequences of COVID-19 and especially on the economy also here in BIH. The good news is that the economic recovery is well underway in the European Union. Also here in BIH, we have seen faster return to pre-pandemic GDP levels and growth rates than was expected still a year ago. However, the unwanted consequences of the fast economic recovery, compounded by Russia's war against Ukraine, have accelerated global inflation to historically high levels. The pandemic has also revealed vulnerabilities in global supply chains. This may result in what we heard before and what is the overarching topic of today, into nearshoring certain economic activities closer to the European market. Bosnia-Herzegovina's strong industrial heritage and competitive labor force helps these companies stay competitive and also attract new investors. In addition, with the country's stunning nature and rich history, the potential of tourism for all four seasons is also still largely untapped. Fortunately, there is a good number of successful companies in BIH catering exactly for the European Union market in traditional industries such as furniture, automotive, and the outsourcing of business processes such as ICT. And the good news is also that BIH can benefit greatly from the process of nearshoring. The Stabilization Association Agreement allows unique customs-free access for most goods from BIH to the European Union market with, as you know well, with a population of 450 million customers and consumers and GDP close to 14,500 billion. So this is a huge chance, And I fully agree with President Bahor that the EU is the answer to this region. The EU is the answer also to Bosnia-Herzegovina. And I also believe that this is the moment to think a little bit more deeply into, how is our accession process going? There's a lot of discontent on both sides, if I may say, both here in the region, that we are not serious about the enlargement, but also, of course, with member states who are not happy with the pace of reform. It's not going to be easy because, as you said, it's going to take unanimity. We decide together, all 27 need to be on board, but I'm happy to see that this process has started, and next week there will be a foreign ministers meeting of all the European Union foreign ministers where the 6 colleagues from this region, including from Bosnia-Herzegovina, will be part of the discussion. And this is, I think, a good sign that we have to move together. EU programs available for BIH help the country for participation in the competitive market of the European Union. Just in the last 2 years, we spent over 40 million euros to help BIH companies to get over this very difficult period which was created because of the pandemic. We also have helped to improve energy efficiency, reduce production costs, and become better equipped for the digital market. But of course, our big assistance to this country, and you see it when you travel through BIH, is also very much focused on infrastructure. There is the biggest infrastructure project ever in this country, which is moving forward finally. Every time you go down to Mostar, you see the process, you see the progress, you see bridges coming up. This is going to change Bosnia-Herzegovina. The Corridor 5C, which starts in Budapest, comes down to Osijek, Croatia, into Bosnia-Herzegovina, Zenica, Mostar, Sarajevo, Mostar, and then all the way to Ploče. I think this project has the potential to really open up also BIH's economy, and we invest heavily in this. So there is the European banks, the EIB, the EBRD, who give the loans, who do the projects, but a very large part of these investments is grants. Up to 40% of the costs comes from European Union taxpayers' money in the form of grants for this very important project. Our assistance to business and the economy will continue. But unfortunately, there's not just good news. The massive potential of BIH remains, unfortunately, to a large extent, untapped. This is down now to policymakers and not the business leaders. Policymakers can't make the economies grow sustainably, but they can, and this is very important, they can create the conditions for businesses to do so. And this is unfortunately not happening sufficiently. In 2019, the competitiveness of BIH's economy is the lowest in Europe. And this is not my statistics, this is the statistics of the World Economic Forum. And the level of income convergence with the European Union in the 10 years prior to the pandemic was the lowest among the regional countries. We had just one good stretch where this convergence was happening, when this region, and especially also BIH, was getting closer to average GDP of the European Union. This was between 2000 and 2009-10, until the financial crisis hit. Then we had double the growth rates of the European Union countries, and this is when the convergence happened. Unfortunately, from then onwards, we did not see this happening anymore. And I believe these facts and these figures I mentioned speak for themselves. A greater pace of reforms is very much needed, not only to create more investment opportunities and jobs, but also to support the EU integration of BIH. As you know, BIH's accession on the EU rests on both the political and economic criteria. Not only are we not seeing progress on the 14 key priorities, which were mentioned here before, and by the way, they are not necessary for the next step, which is the candidate status, but they are foreseen until the opening of negotiations, which is still a bit further away. But we did not see much progress on these political steps. Unfortunately, over the past 4 years, BIH has shown very limited progress also when it comes to socio-economic reform agenda. And also here, there is an enormous untapped potential. The Economic and Investment Plan, which the European Commission presented 2 years ago for the Western Balkans, which is worth more than 9 billion euros in grants and 20 billion in securities could unlock millions of further investments to BIH. For example, and this was also mentioned before, in the energy sector or in digitalization. But this is where policymakers and politicians need to act. And fortunately, the reform priorities are clear. To give you a few broad examples of the pending reforms and what very much we would like to see happening in the next period. The reduction of the labor tax wedge would benefit low-wage earners and contribute to fiscal harmonization between the entities. Despite several attempts to make progress in this field, no political agreement was reached. The same is true for a thing which might sound very technical, which is the so-called e-signature legislation, something very, very important, and I think the business representatives here agree with me, for businesses in the 21st century to have the same conditions, to do business electronically. This is still not in place. Or development of tourism strategies to unlock very much this sector. As I've said before, tourism is one of the sectors which could profit strongly from a more organized approach. Currently, tourism now contributes about 10% to GDP of BIH. This can easily be doubled given the beauties of this country. Another big issue, of course, and some of you have me heard speak about it before, is the so-called state-owned enterprises. This is a relic from the old Yugoslavia. And some of you who have come in here through the airport in Sarajevo is unfortunately still one of those socially owned enterprises. There are still 500 of them in BIH, and they are a big drain on public budgets. Also in the field of energy, there are plenty of examples. The law on the southern gas interconnection is important for BIH and for the Federation to diversify its gas supplies, especially in the present geopolitical situation. Bosnia and Herzegovina is 100% dependent from one supplier, the Russian Federation, and coming in through one pipeline, through Bijeljina in the east. This is not okay. This is very dangerous. This is very expensive. We have put on the table a project together with the EBRD to have a diversification. This is the so-called gas interconnector, the southern gas interconnector, to bring gas in from Croatia. And here we need the politicians to make the respective steps, to have the laws adopted in order for this gas interconnector to move forward. Apart from that, BIH should look forward and not invest into outdated and polluting coal technologies. There is an over-dependency on coal in Bosnia and Herzegovina, unfortunately. This is a historic relic, but we should not now continue investing in this kind of this type of technology from which the whole world is now moving out. The example, of course, in this respect is Tuzla Block Cell 7, and this investment, if it goes forward, will become immediately obsolete, and its huge cost can never be recovered after the introduction of the carbon pricing mechanism. BIH should also make itself future-proof by focusing on renewables, on renewable generation and related investments. And we see here a little bit of movement there in more investments, more interest also from Western business partners who want to tap the potential. There's a lot of sun, especially in Herzegovina. There is wind, so this can be used. Therefore, I cannot stress enough the need to accelerate economic reforms in BIH. Not tomorrow, but now. The citizens want and deserve a prosperous country which will offer quality jobs and a reason to stay. This requires a functional and sustainable business environment. And please don't forget that neighboring countries are also in the game for attracting nearshoring. This is not just BIH, of course. Every country who is close to the European Union, and Bosnia and Herzegovina has an additional advantage of being very close to the European Union markets. But there are others there, other neighbors, other countries who compete for the same nearshoring investments. And therefore, it's very important that BIH advances fast and much faster than in the past on the reforms which I mentioned before, and to improve the business environment faster. The European Union is here to stay. There is no plan B. I fully agree with you on that. We will continue to help you, but I can tell you that you're not getting the most out of the assistance as it stands now. And this is my plea also to policymakers here today. Please act now in order not to lose the opportunities. You have our full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sattler. Thank you for pointing out the importance of economic reforms in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now we will invite young Berhormat Datuk Seria Brauf bin Yusof, Senior State Minister for Investments, State Government of Melaka, Malaysia, to deliver today's keynote speech.
His Excellency, Mr. Zeliko, Member of Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, His Excellency Tun Sri Setia, the Governor of Melaka from Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this event, the Bosnia Bank International, with the cooperation of its shareholders and other strategic partners, for hosting this 11th International Business and Investment Conference, Sarajevo Business Forum 2022. It is indeed a pleasure to be here, standing in front of all the delegates and the strategic partner. I sincerely wish that Bosnia and Herzegovina, a very successful future, safe and fast economic recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. This conference has positioned itself as one of the most important business and investment events for Southeast Europe. It allows us to empower the existing relations and create a new business networking and investment opportunities globally. With the main subject of nearshoring, investors and business players are strongly invited to expand and explore the opportunity in this region, which are attractive and provide various potential markets. In Malaysia, we are offering convincing economic situation with the access to skilled and diverse workforce, financial access, and geographically stable. Malaysia is located in strategic location, having the Strait of Malacca as the most busiest waterway, connecting the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. The route serves 80,000 ships throughout the year. And Malaysia, together with its neighboring countries, having mutual responsibilities to enhance and strengthen the sustainability of the strait, and continue to be the leading maritime trade route for the ship around the world. Excellency and distinguished guests, as for Malacca, we are playing our role in sustaining the Strait of Malacca. With the recent announcement of the Coastal Development Project, known as Malacca Waterfront Economic Corridor, or Waterfront Economic Zone, or MWACE, is an integrated development concept in the coastal sea reclamation area of Malacca. And it will serve the purpose as one of the main economic enablers. MWACE is a tourism development of Malacca, integrating various economic development components such as international tourism, commercial lifestyle base, adapting smart city and fourth industrial revolution concept, marine logistic hub, and provide cultural center for modern lifestyle. With this development initiative, it brings hope, prosperity, job and well-being to the local economy, as well as the street user. MWACE will improve Malacca as a tourism state and a business center for 24 hours and 7 days a week. I would like to take this opportunity to invite any interested investors to look into the potential project, and we will seize any inquiries then provide further assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished guests, global tourism has experienced continued intense growth and diversification to become one from the fastest growing economic sector in the world. However, during the past recent years, this sector has been highly impacted due to the COVID-19 pandemic in the most countries. The impact of the travel ban among the countries has reduced the tourism activities. This conference is seen as the platform for the industry stakeholder to explore business chances by meeting other delegates that representing their tourism industries from various parts of the world, which will help to boost up the tourism sector. Malaysia itself and Malacca as one of the historical states recognized by UNESCO has many good to offer in terms of tourism. The unique social foundation of Malaysia, which multiracial population, languages, and cultures, has made the country interesting to visit. Tourism may benefit the economic growth, enhance the quality of life, environmental and cultural protection. Once again, I cordially invite those interested to explore Malaysia and Malacca business tourism opportunities and to become one of our strategic partners and investors. According to the statistic, data provided by Malaysian Investment Development Authority, or MIDA, there was a significant hike in foreign investment for the recent years as compared to the previous years. Despite of unstable economic environment and global challenges, Malaysia is able to stay attractive to its investment stakeholder. In year 2021, Malaysia has received 208 billion Malaysian ringgit or 50 billion ringgit foreign investment, 15 billion US dollar of foreign investment, as compared to 62.2 billion ringgit or 15 billion US dollar in previous year. Despite is mainly contributed from the manufacturing sector, which take about 85% out of the total investment figure. This investment confidence is due to the country's sustainable and solid economic foundation and comprehensive business-ready environment and its pro-business policy. The availability of the dynamic skilled workers has made Malaysia is an attractive, cost-competitive investment location in the region and becoming preferred center for shared services and leading technologies industries. As for Malacca, the state will occupy with excellent infrastructures and having friendly investment policy. The state offers opportunities in various manufacturing sectors, such as electrical and electronic, automotive, oil and gas, aerospace, food products, and many others to discover. This state continuously formulating the strategies to revitalize the nation economy and hoping to attract more foreign investors over the coming years. I hope all the distinguished speakers and participants in this conference will having productive discussion and may us build up a stronger relation and business network from this conference. And once again, I do invite all the audience of this conference to come and experience the beautiful nation of Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat. We're glad that we have a strong international regional presence in today's keynote speech. I'm now inviting His Excellency Dr. Davor Filipović, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of the Republic of Croatia, to deliver today's keynote speech.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear esteemed guests, It's my pleasure to be here today and to greet you on behalf of Government of Republic of Croatia and Prime Minister Mr. Andrej Plenković and my own behalf. Sarajevo, my birth town, is always a special place for me. Walking its streets as a grown man brings back childhood memories, but more importantly, motivates me for an event that can and should move things forward. In the current very challenging times and amid the global economic crisis, it's not an option, but our duty to find an adequate and comprehensive response to achieve economic recovery. The forum taking place today and tomorrow is a perfect opportunity to exchange information and opinions on finding solutions to the current economic crisis, finding new business opportunities, and strengthening our economic ties in the region and beyond. We believe that the end of the COVID pandemic would open way to economic growth. However, the Russian aggression on Ukraine has ushered us a new era of instability and insecurity. The Republic of Croatia is fully aware of the fact that economic prosperity of Western Balkan countries is one of the key prerequisites for the future stability of Southeastern Europe. Of course, economic prosperity is inextricably linked to the speedy implementation of political and economic reforms regarding the rule of law and good neighborly relations as fundamental principles in the process of accession to the European Union. Croatia was, is, and will always be here to provide necessary know-how, support, and counsel to Western Balkan countries. Croats are autochthonous and constitutive people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina share a border that is over 1,000 kilometers long. Naturally, we are bound by very strong economic and cultural ties, along with common security interests. It is therefore undeniable that Croatia is strongly committed to the stability and functionality of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the fastest possible path towards Euro-Atlantic associations. As a neighboring country, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a traditional and important trade partner of the Republic of Croatia. Trade in 2021 amounted to 2.6 billion euros and increased by 33.8%. Bosnia and Herzegovina is the sixth largest trade partner of the Republic of Croatia. In the trade of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Republic of Croatia takes first place. Direct investment from Croatia into Bosnia and Herzegovina amounted to 1.26 billion euros by 2021, which is a share of 22.8% in total direct investments from Republic of Croatia abroad. At the same time, Croatia is the second largest investor in Bosnia and Herzegovina, behind Austria. By 2021, direct investments from Bosnia and Herzegovina to Republic of Croatia amounted more than 500 million euros. Tourists from Bosnia and Herzegovina are very important and welcomed to Croatia. In 2021, more than 3,017 tourists from Bosnia and Herzegovina visited Croatia, which is 2.4% of the total number of overnight stays of foreign tourists in the Republic of Croatia. Bosnia and Herzegovina is connected to the European Union through its longest border with the Republic of Croatia, which allows direct trade. The opportunities are clearly here. Let's seize them to our mutual benefit. The economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans will boost regional development and launch a transition to a green and sustainable digital economy in order to bring Western Balkan countries closer together and integrated into the EU market, bringing all of Europe closer together. Bosnia and Herzegovina is the second homeland of Croats, and we are strongly committed to its stability and prosperity. In times like these, as we witness a war on European soil and uncertainty is felt across the whole continent, I believe that it's our responsibility of each and every one of us to cooperate and build windows of opportunities to bring prosperity to people. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful forum and many interesting and productive talks among business stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Filipovic. On behalf of Mr. Novalic, today's keynote speech will be held by Federal Minister of Development, Entrepreneurship and Crafts, His Excellency Mr. Amir Zukic.
Uvaženi gosti, Vaše ekscelencije, dame i gospodo. Dozvolite mi da vas srdačno pozdravim i zaželim uspješan i plodotvoran rad u ime Vlade Federacije Bosne i Hercegovine, koja je ujedno i sponzor Sarajevo Business Foruma 2022. godine. Zadovoljstvo mi je da nakon 2 godine pauze zbog pandemije COVID-19 ponovo imamo mogućnost da o ovako važnim pitanjima razgovaramo na uobičajen, neposredan i tradicionalan način u odnosu na sve prisutniju virtualnu komunikaciju. Sarajevo Business Forum već više od desetljeća okuplja međunarodne aktere na polju investicija i biznisa, pokreće diskusije o važnim i aktualnim poslovnim temama, ne samo za Bosnu i Hercegovinu, region, nego i globalno. Ove godine, ne slučajno, tema je nearshoring i perspektiva regiona u tom kontekstu. Globalna dešavanja, čiji smo neizostavni dio, pokrenula su proces realokacije proizvodnje što bliže mjestu potrošnje. Svjedoci smo da je proces globalizacije diktirao obrnut trend i da su mnoge razvijene zemlje alocirale svoje proizvodnje u zemljama sa troškovno konkurentnijim uslovima proizvodnje, bez obzira na geografsku udaljenost. Izazovi sa kojima se susrećemo globalno nametnuti su novi pravci razvoja i dok je za pitanje usluga i aktivnosti koje ne zahtijevaju fizički transfer dobara, globalizacija i dalje prisutna, kao na primjeru IT industrije ili pružanja poslovnih usluga, kada je u pitanju proizvodnja, sve je prisutniji trend realokacije bliže mjestu potrošnje. Kao ministar razvoja poduzetništva uvijek sam isticao kao prednost konkurentnu radnu snagu u Bosni i Hercegovini. Naglašavam naročito konkurentnu, ne jeftinu radnu snagu. Konkurentnu znači kvalifikovanu, obrazovanu strukturu koja može zadovoljiti zahtjeve internacionalnog tržišta. Stoga je upravo sada vrijeme u kome možemo iskoristiti ovu konkurentsku prednost i ponuditi Bosni i Hercegovinu kao atraktivnu destinaciju za alokaciju proizvodnje. BiH je dokazano tradicionalno industrijska zemlja sa višedecenijskom tradicijom u metalskoj, automobilskoj, drvnoj i mnogim vidovima prerađivačke industrije. Naš najvažniji trgovački partner je Evropska unija, pojedinačno po zemljama Njemačka. To dovoljno govori o tome da bez problema zadovoljavamo visoke standarde i zahtjeve kupaca. U zemlji Evropske unije smo u prošloj godini izvezli 3,2 milijarde konvertibilnih maraka vrijednosti proizvoda i usluga, što je povećanje od skoro 40% u odnosu na 2020. godinu. Važno je napomenuti to da je pokrivenost uvoza izvozom, kada je u pitanju Evropska unija, preko 90%. Generalno, svi ekonomski pokazatelji su u porastu tokom 2021. godine. Vratili smo ekonomsku aktivnost na predpandemijski nivo, zahvaljujući snažnom rastu izvoza i povećanju domaće potrošnje. Bilježimo rast GDP-a u prvom kvartalu 2022. godine od 6,5% u odnosu na 2021. godinu i rast izvoza za 40% u odnosu na isti period prošle godine, a pokrivenost izvoza uvozom preko 68%. Konkretno, kada govorimo o privredi Federacije Bosne i Hercegovine, bez obzira na pandemiju, 2/3 svih privrednih društava je kontinuirano poslovalo sa dobiti, koja je i u 2020. godini i u 2021. godini iznosila 3 milijarde konvertibilnih maraka, Prihodi od izvoza privrednih društva u Federaciji Bosne i Hercegovine porastu za 45% u 2021. godini, a ukupni prihodi u 2021. godini su za 10 milijardi km veći od prihoda u 2020. godini. Nije na odmet podsjetiti da je naša valuta vezana za eur, te da imamo stabilan fiksni kurs konvertibilne marke u odnosu na eur. Uz stalne i rastuće ekonomske pokazatelje Bosna i Hercegovina definitivno predstavlja atraktivnu destinaciju za realokaciju proizvodnje i tzv. nearshoring. Teme ovogodišnjeg Sarajevo Biznis foruma su više nego aktuelne i relevantne, te se nadam da će diskusije o potencijalima post-Covid oporavka, evropskih iskustava realokacije proizvodnje, potencijalu turizma kao generatora rasta i razvoja, kao i mogućnostima korištenja javno-privatnog partnerstva u tom kontekstu rezultirati konkretnim projektima i saradnjom, što je svrha ovog događaja. Na kraju želim naglasiti da je Vlada Federacije Bosne i Hercegovine u svim ovim oblastima veoma aktivno radila na poboljšanju zakonskog okvira i stvaranja povoljnijih uslova uopšte za odvijanje privredne aktivnosti. Cijenim i nadam se da će, bez obzira na to što se nalazimo u izbornoj godini, doći do stupanja na snagu i niza novih zakonskih i podzakonskih akata koji su već pripremljeni i čekaju završni čin usvajanja i implementacije, a što će rezultirati još ozbiljnijim iskorakom u kreiranju boljeg poslovnog okruženja i stimulativnijem djelovanju na nova i snažnija ulaganja te lakše i efikasnije poslovanje. Ostajemo posvećeni tome i na raspolaganju smo kao partner i podrška svim budućim i postojećim investitorima u zajedničkim naporima razvoja Bosne i Hercegovine i bosansko-hercegovačke ekonomije. Želim vam uspješan rad u narednom dijelu foruma. Hvala lijepo.
Thank you, Mr. Zukic. Now we had a very insightful keynote session, as we already heard, with this year 5 keynote speeches. Now we will continue with our traditional Sarajevo Business Bridge Awards. I'll ask members of the media to please remain on their seats and their places. Thank you. And today, Sarajevo Business Forum continues a tradition of recognizing this region's leaders and their innumerable talents. For 5 years now, the Sarajevo Business Bridge Awards have recognized those who demonstrate outstanding achievements in business while contributing to their communities. I'd like now to invite judges to come forward to the stage. First of all, His Excellency Mr. Stjepan Mesić served as the President of Croatia for consecutive terms between 2000 and 2010. He was critical in bringing stability to the country and positioning it for a successful joining the European Union in 2013. Your Excellency, please join us on the stage. Secondly, His Excellency Mr. Zoran Zaev is the former Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia, serving in the position from June 2017 to January 2020, and from August 2020 to January 2022. Zaev is an experienced politician dedicated to building a better future for North Macedonia and the Western Balkans as part of the European Union. So please join us, Your Excellency, as well. Mr. Niaz Hastor is one of the most successful business people in the Central Europe and Eastern Europe. He is the founder of the Assa Previn Group and Hastor Foundation. Mr. Hastor, please join us on the stage. Thank you. Unfortunately, 2 judges could not be here today with us, but we would like to recognize their time and energy in selecting today's awards winners. Professor Danica Purg, founder and president of the IEDC Bled School of Management Slovenia, and Professor Salami Ksepa, President of the European University of Tirana. We wish you could be here today, but we recognize your time and energy and efforts for contributing as well. I also invite Mr. Alek Bakalovic, CEO of BBI, to join us on the stage on behalf of the organizers and hand out the award to the winners together with our judges. Thank you. I'd like to remind again the members of the press that there is a photo opportunity after handing out every award, and the final, of course, photography at the end. For today's winner, I ask that you please come forward as your name is announced. To our honorable members of the awards committee and awards winners, once an award is handed to a recipient and photos have been taken, please allow our hostesses and assistants to orient you further. After we have completed all categories, I will call everyone for a group photography. Awards will be given for achievement in the following categories. Number 1, New Business of the Year for early stage businesses. Our judges will hand out the award together with Mr. Alek Bakalovic to the first winner. Boca Place by Porto Montenegro Adriatic Marinas. We ask Mr. Danilo Kalezic from Porto Montenegro Adriatic Marinas to join us at the stage and accept the award. Porto Montenegro is the Mediterranean's leading luxury yacht home port and marina village. At the end of 2020, Porto Montenegro presented to the public a long-awaited project, the concept of innovative urban settlement, Boca Place, which features a carefully planned space with fitness and wellness facilities, many gastronomic, shopping and entertainment facilities, and many more. Congratulations on your award. For business operating within the CE region that have shown significant growth, Award for Business of the Year is going to Ministry of Programming. Accepting the award for Ministry of Programming is Mr. Faris Zacina, founder and co-CEO. Ministry of Programming specializes in building world-class startups. With more than 180 highest skilled professionals in their team, MOP is creating innovation in 11 international markets all over the world. They focus on software design and development consulting services for early-stage startups and new products. Congratulations on your achievement. You can stand that, please, on the left side. Thank you. Number 3, Social Impact of the Year. Award for companies or individuals that have demonstrated initiative in creating social impact. This year, winner is Association Philanthropy Forum in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Filantropski Forum. To receive the award on behalf of the Filantropski Forum, we invite Ms. Tatjana Vucic to join us on the stage. Thank you, Ms. Vucic. Filantropski Forum aims to represent the voice, rights, and place to address the challenges of all those present in the field of philanthropy in Bosnia and Herzegovina, or those involved in humanitarian work in organized or personal manner. Thank you for your incredible efforts and congratulations once again. Number 4. Investment of the Year award this year goes to Eastern Mining Vareš. This award highlights outstanding companies that in the previous period stood out for significant development projects or investments in the region. To receive the award for Eastern Mining Vareš, we invite Mr. Paul Cronin, Managing Director and CEO of Adriatic Metals, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Eastern Mining DOO holds exploration and exploitation concessions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Vareš project so-called. Eastern Mining is 100% owned by ASX and LIC-listed company Adriatic Metals. Thank you. Number 5, the Business Move of the Year. To recognize those who are creative, forward-thinking, and contribute to sustainable development. One of the most positive economic stories in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Lasta Čapljina, was reopened thanks to Bosnian businessman Petar Čorluka. Mr. Petar Čorluka, President of the Managing Board of Violeta, please join us on the stage. Lasta Čapljina was renovated from the ground up. It is equipped with modern technology from the most famous German manufacturers, in which more than 10 million euros have been invested in machines. Production for the market has already started, and the products are highly positioned on the market. Congratulations on your achievement and for your award once again. Number 6. For success, it is important to do what we love and what we believe will create positive change in our society. Also, whatever we do, there is an opportunity to show love for the homeland and its people. Therefore, on this year's, organizers introduced a new award category, BH Brand Ambassador, and this special award goes to Mr. Yusuf Nurkic. Mr. Nurkic, please join us on the stage. Mr. Yusuf Nurkic is a Bosnian professional basketball player for the Portland Trail Blazers of the National Basketball Association called NBA. He also represents the Bosnia and Herzegovina national team internationally. Thank you, Mr. Nurkic, for your incredible efforts in promoting Bosnia and Herzegovina, and congratulations. Let me now ask all for a group photo, and that is being organized, ladies and gentlemen. We will give all our award winners another hearty round of applause. Please stand for the group photo, just one more. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, please take your seats. Thank you very much. Members of the press, having concluded today's award ceremony, we ask you that you proceed outside the Great Hall for today's statements to the media. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, we encourage you to enjoy a coffee break to consider the many thoughts and ideas we shared today. I will see you back here at 12 a.m.
You know who made it. who made it.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I would like to kindly ask you to take your seats. Members of the press as well to take your places. We will be starting in 1 minute. So everybody who is outside still having a coffee break, please come back to us. Come back to your seats. Program soon will be starting. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Members of the press as well. With our first panel today, we'll be starting with our first panel today. Please take your seats. Everybody outside, I kindly ask to come in and take your seats. We had a break of 1 hour. We truly believe that is enough, so we can continue in a sharp form. May we have the ground floor clean, please? May all of the contestants please take seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention again? Thank you. Good afternoon once again. My name is Naida Kunduranovic, and I'm the moderator and the master of ceremony today. And it is my pleasure to be here today with all of you. Today we're going to hear our first panel, but before that we're continuing with the introduction. Post-COVID economic recovery, opportunities for turnaround. That is the name of our first panel. We will hear a video message from Mr. Erwin Bollinger, special address on behalf of Swiss government, Switzerland, to give his introductory remarks for today panel number 1. So we'll be looking at the ground screen. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to speak to you about post-pandemic challenges and new opportunities for the region's recovery. Let me start with the post-pandemic economic opportunities between Switzerland and the Western Balkan region, before I will get into the reasons for the resilience of the Swiss economy during the pandemic and the resulting recommendations. Switzerland maintains close ties with the Western Balkans. We are not only a long-standing partner and one of the largest bilateral donors in the region, supporting projects in the area of economy and employment, but we are also among the 10 biggest investors and most important trading partners. We welcome the region's efforts to establish regional economic integration while transforming the Western Balkans into a single investment destination with a market of more than 18 million people. The potential for improving and diversifying economic relations between Switzerland and the region is far from exhausted. Necessary agreements between our countries have already been concluded, such as in the context of the European Free Trade Association or the bilateral agreements on mutual protection of investments. Apart from Bosnia-Herzegovina, we have a complete network of double taxation treaties with all the countries of the Western Balkans. Despite the pandemic, the trade volume in goods between Switzerland and the Western Balkan countries increased by 24% from 1.1 billion to 1.3 billion Swiss francs between 2019 and 2021. Without having detailed statistics, we know that trade in services is even higher than trade in goods. As for Swiss direct investments in the region, the IMF figures indicate that they increased by 22% between 2020 and 2021, from 4.7 to 5.7 billion Swiss francs. This is an encouraging signal. We have also learned that increasing investments of the diaspora from Switzerland, more than 400,000 people in their home country, are a sign of an improving investment climate. Swiss companies are constantly looking for production sites for some of the components for industrial goods. Wherever possible, they are looking for production sites where they can control the quality and which are, if possible, in a certain geographical proximity. For these reasons, more and more investments are being made in the West Balkan region. More manufactured parts are being imported from there into Switzerland. The COVID-19 pandemic confronted us with unprecedented challenges, subsequently aggravated by the impact of disrupted supply chains, increases in energy prices, and the war in Ukraine. However, the pandemic has also shown us some new ways and opportunities. With the pandemic, among others, Swiss companies were forced to increase their sustainability and resilience through the diversification and the shortening of supply chains. Thus, the Western Balkans could benefit from a possible restructuring of international production and a nearshoring trend, not only because of competitive wage levels, but also because of the geographical and cultural proximity. Despite very challenging times in terms of energy supply, we all need to strive for green transformation. Switzerland has the expertise to support Western Balkans to further advance on this path. Let me conclude this first issue with one pragmatic but essential remark. In order to create a stable business environment, legal certainty, predictability, and political stability in the region as a whole is of utmost importance for attracting and maintaining investments in the region. There are many challenges lying ahead of us. Let's seize these opportunities. And now let me talk about the Swiss economic resilience to the pandemic and its lessons. Looking back on the last 2 years, I must admit, they have been unprecedented. The pandemic hit Switzerland in February 2020, and we had to react very quickly. The Swiss government, aware of our important tissue of SMEs, placed employees of companies at the center of its measures. The most important have been the possibility of short-time work, allowances for loss of earnings for directly and indirectly affected self-employed persons, as well as state-backed COVID credits for SMEs. Obviously, as in the rest of the world, some sectors have suffered more than others, such as tourism, hotels, restaurants, and culture. For companies most affected, we have set up a hardship aid which included contributions to non-covered fixed costs. Overall, the measures have reached their target. The rise in unemployment was limited and there was no wave of bankruptcy. To strengthen the recovery in the long term, the Swiss government is strongly committed to improve the economic framework conditions and passed on last February a plan of 12 measures to be completed in 2022. Key projects to mention are the Business Relief Act, which will anchor important principles for good regulatory practice in the law to minimize administrative burden of new regulations. Projects around the topic of digitalization, like a digital idea, facilitating digital identification procedures for business, projects to enhance productivity through digitalization, or the transformation program to digitalize and simplify customs procedures, considered as a high priority for my government. Now, what lessons and recommendations can be drawn from the Swiss example? Depending on whether you have an export-oriented economy, a domestic demand-oriented economy, or a tourism-oriented economy, the vulnerability and response will be different. But I believe that looking after the base of the economic structure, that is, keeping jobs in companies, is one of the key elements in such a situation. The diversity of the sectors of the Swiss economy has certainly also played an important role and cushioned the shock. The best way to get a diversified economy is to provide good economic framework conditions which allow the most promising companies to grow. In many ways, this includes to reduce barriers for companies to implement new business ideas. This applies in particular to digitalization. Companies do not need the government to tell them how to digitalize, but the government that removes the remaining barriers to digitalization. Such barriers do not only include missing broadband access. A barrier may also be legislation that requires a physical signature, or it may be a missing legislation defining what kind of digital identification shall be accepted by the state authorities. Finally, I believe it is important not to be afraid to face up to one's successes as well as one's mistakes, because it is from one's mistakes that one learns the most, and this is how one can correct one's course for the next time. This is an important lesson learned in various situations. I thank you for your attention and wish you all the best and your economies good recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Bollinger, for this message. We truly appreciate the presence of Switzerland and Swiss companies in our country. We continue with our first panel today, called Post-COVID Economic Recovery, Opportunities for Turnaround. The session will be moderated by Dr. Murat Yulek, Rector of Ostim Technical University from Turkey. So, Mr. Yulek, please join me on the stage and take your seat, please. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Stjepan Mesic, former President of Croatia, to join us as well on the stage. His Excellency Mr. Zoran Zaev, former Prime Minister of North Macedonia, will also join us on this session. Take your please seat. Also, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Shekip Avdagic, President of ITO, Turkey. Please take your seat. Thank you. Moving forward, Ms. Sandrine Frischia, European Investment Bank representative for Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro, welcome to the stage as well. I do hope that I pronounced your surname correctly. Thank you. I now invite Dr. Ahmet Albayrak, the Deputy CEO, Kuwait Turk Participation Bank, Republic of Turkey, to join us at the stage as well. Good afternoon. Thank you. Also, please welcome young Amat Mulia Tunku Dato Seri Zain Al Abadin Ibni Tuanku Muhriz, Founding President, Institute for Democracy and Economic Affairs, Malaysia. I do hope that I translated everything right. I only have the long version, which is also all right. Finally, I now invite Mr. Orhan Aydin, President of Ostim Organized Industrial Region from Turkey, to join us on the stage as well. Good afternoon. Please, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome once again for all the participants of this panel. Mr. Yulek, I now leave this panel in your capable hands. I do believe so. Thank you.
Just a second. Hello. Iskreno vas pozdravljam, dobrodošli. Želim efikasan I uspješan rad. So, I welcome to you to this first panel of Sarajevo Business Forum. This is, of course, this is a very important forum in Southeast Europe, and personally I have been involved since the beginning in 2010. And in fact, I was one of the, let's say, founders of this very nice international event. So I'm very proud to see that now it has become such an important platform for an international dialogue in Southeast Europe. And this is the first panel following the COVID. And COVID, of course, was for all of our nations, all of our countries, a big test, social, economic, political, big test for the world and also for the region. And again, this is the first Sarajevo Business Forum session after this difficult test for all of us. And I am happy to chair this first panel with a very distinguished set of speakers. Let me first go through this very distinguished set of speakers. Of course, the first speaker will be His Excellency Stjepan Mesic. All of you know him, but in very short, because it will be a very long let's say, introduction if I really want to introduce him, but all of you know him already. So he's basically a graduate of of law, and he has been a former president of Croatia, and he had very high positions during the Yugoslav Socialist Federal Republic. Your Excellency, welcome. And we also have His Excellency Zoran Zaev. Again, all of you know him, but he is, in short, he is the former, one of the former prime ministers of Macedonia, which is, of course, for all of us in the region, including for us coming from Turkey, is a very important part of the family of Southeast Europe. Welcome, Your Excellency. Our third speaker is His Excellency Shekip Avdagic. Shekip Bey is actually from Bosnia, but of course he has been in Turkey all his life. And he is the chairman of Istanbul Chamber of Commerce, which is, if I am not wrong, but he will correct me if I am, the largest, the biggest chamber of commerce in Europe and probably in the world as well, with more than 350,000 businesses as members. It's not a chamber of commerce, of course, is not a place for humans or individual, let's say, to be a partner, but he represents the biggest economy probably in Southeast Europe with 350,000 or more businesses as members. And of course we have Mrs. Sandrine Friskia with us. She's a very seasoned international economist and investment personality, and she heads European Investment Bank in the region. And EIB, of course, is a big investor. It's a big investor in all Europe, and it's one of the biggest, if not the biggest actually, investment development bank in the world. Am I right in saying that? And by the way, I visited your headquarters and gave a lecture some years ago. This is where I learned that EIB is very big, really very big in terms of financial envelope. So very happy to have you here, Sandrine. And we have Dr. Ahmet Albayrak here. He has also a lot of hats, but first of all, he's an engineer like me from Istanbul Technical University. And he has his further education in North Carolina in the US. He is now one of the top bankers in Turkey and in the region. And he is vice president, one of the vice presidents of Kuwait Turkey International in Turkey. But at the same time, he has positions in the GCC region, including the international financial, let's say, credit body, AOFI, which is headed in, which is located in Bahrain. So he will bring us a framework of perspective, not only from Turkey, but from the GCC. And then we have His Excellency Tunku Zeynal Abidin Ibn Tuanku Muhriz. And he's the chairman of IDEAS, which is a well-known institute in Malaysia. And he is a graduate of LSE, London School of Economics. And he will bring us a perspective from Far East, not only from Malaysia, but Far East as well. And lastly, but not leastly, Mr. Orhan Aydın is the chairman of OSTIM industrial zone. It is one of the biggest industrial zones in Southeast Europe, with 6,500 industrial businesses as member and more than 65,000 employees. He is also a chairman of OSTIM Investment Company, and also he is the chairman of board of trustees of OSTIM Technical University, which is the university that I am a rector in. So we have a wealth of experience to share with you today, and we will start in the same order. First speaker will be His Excellency Stepan Mesic, And he will be, I guess, primarily, he will give us a perspective, a very valuable perspective from the region, from Southeast Europe, from Croatia, but not only from Croatia, of course, the whole region. By the way, because of time framework that is allocated to us, I request that the speakers will limit themselves to about 10 minutes, but then this will give us some more time for question and answer, and I will be asking some questions, and we'll take some questions from the participants today. So, Your Excellency, let's say around 10 minutes, so that we have time for question and answer. Okay, the floor is yours now.
Hvala lijepo. Je li ovo funkcionira?
Yes, it works.
Dobro. Vaša ekscelencije, gospođe i gospodo, dragi prijatelji, veliko mi je zadovoljstvo što se još jednom mogu pridružiti prijateljima starim i novim na ovogodišnjoj konferenciji Sarajevo Business Forum. Srdačno vam čestitam na sazivanju foruma, čija je tema gospodarski oporavak nakon COVID-a, ne može biti relevantnije. Preživio sam vruće i hladne ratove, prošao sam kroz mnogo ekonomskih kriza i kao predsjednik i premijer sudjelovao u njihovom rješavanju. Ali ovo što se događa upravo sada u globalnoj ekonomiji i politici i u našoj Europi odvija se na način kao nikad prije i stavlja cijelo čovječanstvo pred velike izazove. Naravno, ti izazovi još su veći za male i ekonomski i politički nestabilne zemlje koje su kao mali čamci na oceanu strateških i ekonomskih promjena. Još nismo izašli iz pandemije koja je bacila veliku sjenu na globalni ekonomski razvoj i zaustavila mnoge nacionalne ekonomije, pogotovo one slabije, a već se pojavila nova kriza sigurnosti u Europi. Sada imamo dva faktora koji ozbiljno ugrožavaju ekonomski oporavak Europe i naš oporavak. Točno je, naša regija je ovisna o stanju velikih europskih ekonomija, ali je još točnije da je ekonomski razvoj naše regije ovisan o nama samima, o politikama za stabilniju budućnost i održivi razvoj, o racionalnoj i poštenoj međusobnoj političkoj i ekonomskoj suradnji. Za mene je sveobuhvatna suradnja jedina realna prilika za ekonomski napredak zemalja Balkana. Jedina ruka koja će nam pomoći je naša ruka. Danas se vode dva prepoznatljiva rata. Predstavnički, vrlo prepoznatljiv, i propagandni rat, još prepoznatljiviji. Mislim da je prilika da izađemo ekonomski jače iz ove krize ovisi o političkim odlukama onih koji vode zemlju ove regije i svijeta. Poštujem poduzetnike, ali o političkim odlukama vlada velikih sila ovisi da li će se nastaviti ekonomska globalizacija, unaprijediti globalni lanci trgovine i opskrbe ili će se pokidati. Svjedoci smo tendencija koje pokazuju da je moguće da se podigne nova željezna zavjesa u svijetu. Ovoga puta ta zavjesa bila bi ekonomska, ne ideološka. Razgovara se o dva financijska sustava, odvajanja od dolara. Razvoj u pravcu podjele svjetske ekonomije bio bi tragedija za međunarodne ekonomske odnose, jer bi ih vodio prema nazad, a ne prema modernizaciji. Za moga iskustva upravljanja državom mogu reći da su stvari teže, to je veća potreba da ne posustanemo i da tražimo prilike za preokret u pravcu jačanja političke i ekonomske suradnje. Gospođe i gospodo, prijatelji, da bismo se probili kroz probleme koje nam je donijela pandemija i rat u Ukrajini, najučinkovitiji način je kroz suradnju i solidarnost. Potrebno je više napora da zemlje međusobno podupiru kako bi se stvorili snažna regionalna sinergija. Mislim da nakon rata koji smo prošli, ljudi na Balkanu duboko cijene vrijednost mira i razumiju da razvojni dobici ne dolaze lako. Trebamo slijediti mir, razvoj i suradnju i bit ćemo na dobitku. Hvala vam lijepo.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So, His Excellency message underlined that the full effect of the pandemic is not over yet, and the regional economies should continue their solidarity in order to alleviate the negative effects. And one of the things he mentioned was the breakdown of the supply chain. That problem is not over yet, so that requires both political and economic cooperation among the regional countries. Thank you very much. Now we have our second speaker, His Excellency Zoran Zaev. He is the person who has taken a lot of lead and responsibility in regional cooperation and harmony, and he is the person who has led the talks with Greece and which led to the formation, let's say, of Macedonia and lifting of Greek objection. He is the one who signed the Prespa agreement, which is very important for Macedonia and the region. So now, Your Excellency, how do you see the way forward from your perspective, from the regional perspective, after COVID, let's say after the current phase of COVID pandemic?
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
For good introductions. Distinguished hosts, organizers of the Sarajevo Business Forum, respected speakers of the first panel, dear President Mesic, dear guest citizens, dear representatives of the media. I'm honored to participate in the first panel of this year's edition of the Sarajevo Business Forum. I believe that the post-COVID response, together with the consequences of the Russian aggression on Ukraine, is the most important global topic that requires serious reflection and serious answers to help the economies and the citizens. It is no coincidence that I mentioned the current war, or more precisely, the military aggression against Ukraine. When we speak about recovery after COVID, today we have to also talk about the economic consequences of the events in Ukraine. When we were on the verge of recovery from COVID-19, the aggression on Ukraine happened to all of us. And now we have to analyze those two crises together as consecutive. Those two crises affect the same stakeholders. They both affect our countries, our peoples, all of us. The projections for economic growth of the global and European economy have been reduced. For the Western Balkans, growth of 3.1% is projected in 2022, where there is a decrease almost 1 percentage point from the January screening. In January was 4.1%. The world, Europe, the region, we all no longer face only the reduced productivity of the companies or reduced sales due to the reduced purchasing power of citizens. We no longer face only the challenges of preserving jobs or the challenges of digital transformations of the businesses. Today, the challenges are much bigger. The challenges are food shortage, global reorganization of energy supply, price shocks, and even poverty. The challenges are enormous, and therefore I fully confirm the value of such discussion and forums, looking for thoughtful, united, regional and global solutions. We have to work together to succeed. The key is in partnerships, in alliances. When we all face of risk of global instability, we must unite and create platforms, cooperations, and partnerships that stream regional peace, stability, and predictability. Therefore, I put the regional cooperation in the first place. We can fill in the shortage of skills, workforce, production facilities, and even food in any of our countries by helping each other, by partnering with our neighbors, which means with regional cooperation. That is why I strongly support the process of creating a single market in the Western Balkans, and I expect that more and more countries will decide to participate in removing the obstacles to the free flow of people, services, goods, and products in our region. It is time to brand and promote the region as unique investment potential. In order to bring in the big players, we also need to play a bigger game. The Western Balkans has huge potential for creating energy from renewable energy sources. We have a lot of sun, wind, and water. That means that we should be more attractive when it is about investment in large strategic and infrastructural projects, which can be done by large and global investors. Our countries can become more competitive for such projects only if we unite and if we act as a region. That is how the disadvantages will disappear, the benefits will grow. Take a look at the Alexandropoli project, a typical example of how to play regionally when it comes to global energy policy. Namely, a few days ago in Alexandropoli, Greece, the construction of the liquid gas terminal started, a project for long-term energy independence and for a stable and continuous supply of liquid gas in an extremely critical time. I think we need to be even braver and more determined when it comes to regional connectivity. The situation in Ukraine demands that necessity and increases the potential of the regional cooperation in the Western Balkans. These are key steps that will work on mid-term level, but the crisis is knocking on the door every day. Therefore, our countries must continue to provide increased direct support to the citizens, especially to the most vulnerable and the poorest. Recovery requires maintaining the purchasing power of the households and thus amortization of price shocks. Therefore, I appeal to the governments, don't cut the support of the citizens. On the contrary, invest in them, in their purchasing power and in the development of the human capital. The minimum wage must be increased constantly. Social care support as well, pensions as well. States, governments, businesses, trade unions and oppositions need to be in constant dialogue and to create solutions. In times of crisis, strikes and blockages are not the solutions. Dialogue is the solution. Competitiveness with the ideas, search for stability and predictability. These are the steps that will lead us to solutions, not radical moves, not blockages, not exclusivity, and not violence. Assistance should also be provided up for the businesses. Interest-free and low-interest loans and development grants to constantly and intensively create opportunities for companies to find their own opportunities. These measures, together with the strong commitment of the institutions for timely and full implementation of the capital investment, lead to vibrant, active, resilient, and sustainable economies. I am convinced that the economies of the Western Balkans will be stronger and more dynamic if they cooperate, if they unite, and if they intend to grow into a single, one, open economy in the Western Balkans as soon as possible. It is a guarantee that will be competitive at the global market, a guarantee of investment, of jobs, of consumer power, and finally, a guarantee of a better life for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So, His Excellency Zoran Zaev, he mentioned a number of very important topics. One is, in the region, the digital transformation will continue to be an important topic following the COVID situation. I think this is very important because starting from Turkey, all in the Western Balkans, this is an important competitiveness issue. Then he mentioned that the region should be an exemplary platform of free flow of goods and services and labor and capital, which I think is very important. And this is actually why Sarajevo Business Forum was established in a way, because the whole idea that this forum was started some 10 or 12 years ago was to make the region an exemplary place of not war, but trade and development. So I think this is a very important reminder by yourself to all of us. Again, and 12 years ago, there was still a spirit of, let's say, risk in the region. I remember when we first were talking about the idea of Sarajevo Business Forum with Amir Bukvic, there was one specific investor from the GCC. He was not an investor, he came as a tourist to the region, and he told us that, look, my mother was very concerned that I am coming to Bosnia, because she said to me that I may not come back. So she didn't want me to come. But now we are over, I think, all those situations, that now this place has become really a place of development, but a lot of further effort is needed. Like you said, in this region, the goods, services, capital, labor, it should flow freely, because the small particular countries are too small to develop the economies. They are two small islands which should come together politically, economically, and commercially for welfare to rise again to the previous levels. Together we are stronger, yes. And you also mentioned that the region is endowed with a lot of resources, including the sustainability resources such as wind, sun, and water. This region is one of the richest in most of these sustainable resources. But again, individually, the countries are too small to undertake these investments. So large strategic projects needed, again, you mentioned, it's very important. So now actually this takes us to Mrs. Sandrine Friskia, who is actually leading, in a way, these investment projects She has a wealth of experience in undertaking and follow-up monitoring of all these investments at a regional level. So she is responsible for Montenegro and Bosnia, but she has a point of view which is bigger than that. So let's listen to her. Sandrine, what is the way forward following the situation, breakup of things during COVID? So what is the next steps in the region for these issues? Yes, you have it ready.
It's already open, okay.
I think so.
Yes, indeed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here with all these distinguished participants. My speech will focus on the state of play of the economic and political context of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And after the COVID crisis, I will talk about the impact of the Ukraine war and the opportunities which I believe are offered to Bosnia and Herzegovina for a faster recovery. But first of all, let me talk about the response to the COVID-19 crisis in the Western Balkan regions before talking specifically about Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please apologize if I repeat some information which have already been delivered by the several participants before, but this is part of my speech. So as you might be aware, the crisis resulted in a high public debt and left lasting scars. Even before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, higher energy prices and the challenges of the green transition were putting the Western Balkan region under stress. Nevertheless, the economies of the Western Balkans countries saw a strong growth rebound in 2021 with a broad-based bounce back in economic activity. In 2021, GDP growth in the Western Balkans reached 7.4% after contraction of 3.2% in 2020. The strength of the recovery exceeded initial projections, and real GDP is now expected to surpass pre-pandemic levels by 2022. A strong domestic and external demand, coupled with a resumption in tourism and construction, helped drive the employment rate to a historical high of 45.8% of the working age population. As you might have noticed, inflation is on the rise due to a combination of factors, of which the stronger global growth, which has placed upward pressure on commodity prices and shipping costs, the strong domestic demand in 2021, and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which drove energy and food prices sharply upward. In all countries, food and non-alcoholic beverage price inflation contributed the most to headline inflation, with increases ranging from 6.7% in Albania to 13.5% in Serbia, which is huge. As for the financial stability of the region, it remains sound due to support measures. The war in Ukraine is now sending shock waves across the region, particularly through higher energy and food prices, but also via a disruption in trade and investment flows, putting the region's recovery at risk. The imposition of financial sanctions on Russia had a direct impact on the Western Balkans, with the takeover of subsidiaries of Russian banks operating in Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Exports surged by 39.2% and imports by 29% in 2021, as the economies of the Western Balkans profited from a strong and broad-based recovery in demand for the region's goods and services. As a result, current account deficit narrowed in many countries. The economies of the Western Balkans now face an unusually uncertain outlook. Indeed, an expanded conflict or prolonged war between Russia and Ukraine could trigger further disruption to global trade, to energy and food prices, and a downward pressure on growth. With limited fiscal space, countries will need to carefully weigh the costs and benefits of new spending commitments in response to higher energy and food prices, and prioritize vulnerable households. Measures need to be targeted and time-bound. Now let's move to the specific situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Currently, the country suffers from a high unemployment rate, which is especially significant among youth and women. The unemployment rate stood at 16.1% during the fourth quarter of 2021, and only a third of the population is employed. To be noted as well that Bosnia and Herzegovina has a poorer demographic outlook, with 43% of the population which resides abroad. Immigration is likely to continue, as 39% of the population is considering leaving the country to work abroad. In terms of foreign direct investment, Bosnia and Herzegovina has the lowest level in the region, 2.4% of GDP versus 6% of GDP for the region. As regards the political situation, it has been discussed previously, but there is an increase in instability, especially with the political blockage since August last year. In addition, the significant institutional fragmentation within the country is a major constraint to effective policy making at the state level, delaying also the EU accession process. Firms consider political instability as a top obstacle for investment, as you might know. Nevertheless, the assessment of the post-pandemic situation in Bosnia is not all black, fortunately. Despite political tension in 2021, economic growth reached 7.1%, outperforming expectations. The country has a low public debt compared to rating peers at 37% of GDP in 2021. According to the IMF, it is even expected to drop to 31% of GDP over the next 5 years. In addition, the fiscal deficit improved in 2021 and stood at 0.7% of GDP, and is even expected to turn into a surplus in 2023. To conclude this part, we believe that an acceleration in reforms and the obtaining of the EU candidate status will definitely improve the business environment and attract new investment in the region and in the country. Considering the high potential of the country and its citizens, our recommendation will be to make as many efforts as possible in order to go into this direction. After this introduction on the economic context of the Western Balkans and of Bosnia and Herzegovina in particular, I would like now to elaborate a bit more on the effect of the Ukraine conflict in Bosnia and Herzegovina. First of all, in terms of energy, Bosnia and Herzegovina may suffer from gas supply disruption, as the country depends fully on gas imports from Russia, while electricity generation mainly relies on coal and hydropower. However, international trade with Russia is limited. Exports of goods from Bosnia to the Russian market are up to 1%, and 2.3% of import in 2021, which are mainly gas and oil products. Knowing that Bosnia is 100% dependent of Russia on gas, also represented a small portion used only for residential heating purposes. Second, as I mentioned previously, Bosnia and Herzegovina is said to be impacted through higher energy and commodity prices on the global market, including food, which is likely to fuel inflation, heat disposable incomes, and slow growth. Higher energy bills and increasing uncertainty could squeeze firms' financing space, thus affecting negatively the investment plans. The rise in main commodity prices traded internationally, such as wheat, oil, and natural gas, could prolong inflationary pressures in the EU, thus affecting inflation in Bosnia and Herzegovina due to the currency board arrangement. As a result, inflation could remain elevated throughout this year, totaling 10% compared to the baseline of 6.5%, further slowing private consumption. In addition, an extended crisis would have a negative impact on aggregate demand through lower business and consumer confidence in Bosnia and Herzegovina and slower growth in the EU, which will then have adverse spillover effect for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Finally, political friction in the country could even further intensify if geopolitical tensions shift to the Western Balkans. This would result in a more sustained and detrimental impact on the implementation of structural reform needed for EU accessions. Again, in such an environment, policy needs to focus on building resilience and undertaking structural reforms to support growth and steer through the crisis. Now, considering what we just said, how can Bosnia and Herzegovina can find its way and build resilience through investment, and in particular investment in renewable energy and digital projects? Before we answer this question, let's explore briefly the causes of the recent moves in energy prices in Europe. After reaching nearly all-time low in 2020, global energy prices climbed to unprecedentedly high levels in the second half of 2021, with Europe being especially hard due to its dependence on natural gas and close linkages between electricity and natural gas prices. The energy price increases in Europe have been caused by a combination of short-term and long-term factors that have led to demand and supply shifts, especially in the natural gas market. Short-term trends include, inter alia, post-pandemic economic recovery, inadequate gas reserves, coupling of gas and electricity prices increases, and more recently, the instability caused by the Ukraine war. Longer-term trends include declining production of natural gas in Europe and the subsequent higher dependence of European countries on natural gas import, the coupling with the Asian gas market and the shift from long-term gas contract to a spot market, and the shift from oil indexation to gas on gas pricing, which exposes European consumers to market moves. As you might know, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a major exporter of electricity to the regional market, including the European Union. It purchases natural gas imported from Russia through the only interconnector with Serbia. And in terms of renewable energy, 3 wind farms are now operational in the country, with the third one commissioned in early 2021. While Bosnia and Herzegovina reported a significant increase in the share of renewable energy in comparison to previous years, additional efforts are needed, however, to increase the use of renewable energy in the electricity and transport sectors. Hence, the impact of the war in Ukraine, channeled through higher energy costs and increase in inflation, gives the opportunity for accelerated transition towards green energy with the development of new renewable energy projects if the adequate legislation is adopted at the entity and state level to enable a favorable business environment. I understand from the speech from this morning that it is largely supported by the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I was very pleased to hear about this. And now let's talk about opportunities offered by the development of digitalization. The firms that have implemented digital technologies tend to perform better than non-digital firms. They invest more, are more innovative, have better management practices, grow faster, and create higher paying jobs. This is what was reported by the EIB study dated July 2021. Digital communication, social media interaction, e-commerce, and digital enterprises are steadily transforming our world. They are generating an ever-increasing amount of data, which, if built and used, can lead to completely new means and levels of value creation. It is a transformation as fundamental as that caused by the Industrial Revolution. McKinsey & Company reported that in just a few months, the COVID-19 crisis has brought about years of change in the way companies in all sectors and regions do business. During the pandemic, consumers have moved dramatically towards online channels, and companies and industries have responded in turn. The COVID-19 shock has accelerated the digitalization of public and private sector activities in many countries, including in the form of improved broadband connectivity, the adoption of online business models, the promotion of online payments, and the enhancement of digital skills. The COVID-19 crisis has also boosted a rather technologically oriented business culture. Digitalization is not only about implementing technology, the internet and remote working. It is also about implementing business innovation itself. It is worth noting that some firms risk being left behind, especially in the countries where, or areas where digital infrastructure is lacking. Just like many other countries in the world, significant investment in digital infrastructure is needed across Bosnia to support a broad-based economy recovery with strong policy support. Digitalization is one of the 6 flagship initiatives developed by the European Commission to support the transformation process in the Western Balkans. It's the finish, yeah. Sorry, I was a bit long. To support the transformation process in the Western Balkans with adequate financing, including the IB financing. So to conclude, you know what we say, where there is a crisis, there is also opportunities. So the combination of the pandemic crisis and the consequences of the war in Ukraine may offer opportunities for stronger regional and European trade connections in the region. In light of what has been said before, the EIB, the Bank of the European Union, remains ready to accompany and support Bosnia and Herzegovina into this more than needed green and digital transition, where both public and private sectors and hence the citizens can only benefit from huge opportunities of development. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry for being long.
Thank you, Sandrine. So, just to summarize, I think the most important, let's say, line was the last sentence, which is the crisis comes with opportunities. But you also mentioned that the region is full of opportunities for green energy projects, especially at a time when the Russian aggression is pushing the energy prices up, and also energy prices are so important for economic development. So the higher the prices, the lower the prospects for economic development. So the region provides a lot of opportunities for that. You also said that we should encourage the trade within the region so that these regional trade connections will make it better for regional businesses to grow. And also you mentioned the digitalization, importance of digitalization in the region for to raise the productivity in the region of businesses and competitiveness and innovation. So now His Excellency Shekip Avdagic, it is time for listening to him because he represents to my calculations, $200 billion worth of GDP. The businesses in Istanbul is, of course, they have a big regional impact, not only in Istanbul, but in the region also and globally. And the GDP that he represents is about $200 billion. It's 1/4 of Turkey, excepting, of course, the regional impact. So, Your Excellency, what is your take on all these that were said so far, but also from your perspective in the post-COVID region, post-COVID, let's say, episode? How do the businesses look at the next steps?
Professor Yürek, if you allow me, I want to make my speech in Turkish.
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Or in Bosnian.
Yeah. No, if you allow me, I will continue in Turkish. Çok değerli Cumhurbaşkanım, kıymetli Başbakanım, değerli katılımcılar, şahsım ve kurumum adına hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Tabii bu forumu katılımcılarını ve konuşmalarının içeriğini dinlediğim zaman şöyle bir giriş yapmak istiyorum. Bugün Covid ve Covid'e bağlı olarak önümüze çıkan realiteleri, problemleri ve bunları nasıl çözeceğimizi konuşuyoruz. Ama ilginç bir ülkede konuşuyoruz bunu. Bosna Hersek'te konuşuyoruz. Covid ve Covid ile ilgili durumu. Aslında Bosna Hersek bizim bu Covid ile ilgili karşılaştığımız olağanüstü durumu savaşın sonundan beri yaşayan bir ülke. Savaşın bitmesinden bu yana bizim şu anda Covid ile Türkiye'nin, Avrupa'nın ve dünyanın eli ayağı birbirine karıştı. Sıkıntı çekiyoruz. Bosna Hersek savaşın bittiği günden bu yana bu sıkıntıları çekiyor. Dolayısıyla o günden itibaren giydirilen bir ilginç bir elbise var ve bu elbisenin içinde bir şeyler yapmaya çalışıyor. Biz de Covid'le beraber bu elbisenin de getirdiği sıkışıklık içinde Bosna Hersek'ten bakarak çözüm üretmeye çalışıyoruz. Biraz evvel gündeme geldi. Ben tekrara girmemek için süreyi de iyi kullanmaya çalışacağım. Covid bize aslında bütün dünyaya temel zayıflıklarımızı gösterdi ve buna bağlı olarak neyi değiştirmemiz gerektiğini de ortaya koydu. Daha doğrusu veya daha kötüsü olağan dönemlerde çok da kutsal olarak öne çıkarttığımız konuların aslında çok da kutsal olmadığını gördük. Aşıyı geliştirdik. Bunu paylaşmakta son derece bencil davrandık. Patent dedik, kazanç dedik ve dünyada sadece sosyoekonomik durumu iyi olan ülkeler aşıya ve bunun getirdiği avantajları etkili bir şekilde kullandılar. Dolayısıyla bütün dünya söylemlerinde hep gündeme getirdiği o eşitlikçi ve adaletçi yaklaşımı maalesef bu Covid aşısında bile göstermedi. Bu ele almamız gereken bence en önemli konu. Burada belki bir dipnot olarak 9 aşı geliştiren ülkeden bir ülkenin temsilcisi olarak Türkiye'nin bu aşı politikası ile ilgili sürecinin dikkatle incelenmesini tavsiye ediyorum. Bunun hemen devamı olarak ikinci konu, dünyadaki milyarderlerin serveti Covid döneminde trilyon dolar seviyesinde arttı. Hesaplamalara göre işte o piramidin tepesindekilerin geliri 4,4 trilyon dolara çıktı. Ama aynı dönemde yüz milyonlarca insan o en kritik yaşam gelir seviyesinin altında düştü. Bu yine bu Covid'in getirdiği bir durum ve bunu nasıl çözeceğimizi konuşmamız lazım. Üçüncü bir konu, iş dünyasından baktığımız zaman çok büyük bir çalışma ile, akademik çalışmalarla ve uygulamalarla oluşturduğumuz bir tedarik zinciri vardı. Supply chain vardı. Bu sistem çöktü. Buradan çıkarken, Covid'den çıkarken bu tamamen içerik değiştiren tedarik zincirini yeniden nasıl kurgulayabileceğimizi konuşmamız lazım. Bugün konuşmalarda gündeme geldi. Bosna Hersek'teyiz. Türkiye'de bu etkileyen bir konu. Yakın pazarlardan tedarik konusu öne çıkmaya başladı. Dolayısıyla üretici şirketler ağırlıklı olarak uzak pazarlardan ziyade yakın pazarlardan ihtiyaçlarını karşılamaya yöneldiler. Tabii bu bütün sektörler için mümkün olmasa bile önümüzdeki dönemde bunun etkilerini göreceğiz. Dördüncü konu olarak şirketler için artık en önemli konu şirketlerin sağlamlığı ve esnekliği. Covid'de bu kaotik durum ortaya çıktıktan sonra artık bu yeni yapıya çok hızlı ayak uydurabilenler öne çıktı. Uyduramayanlar geriye düşüyor. Burada işin, üretimin sürekliliğini sağlamak en önemli konu haline geldi. Ben otomotiv sanayinde faaliyet gösteren bir firmanın yöneticisiyim. 10 yıllardır söylenen bir jargon var. Just in time. Just in time öldü Covid'de. Just in time diye bir şey kalmadı. Belki just in case diye yeni bir tabir ortaya koymamız lazım. Buna bağlı olarak işte hepinizin bildiği sadece çip ve diğer bazı konular öne çıktı ama şu anda gündeme gelmeyen çok daha fazla element ve komponente ulaşma konusunda ciddi sıkıntı var ve şu anda gündeme gelmeyen bir konuda maddi gücü, finansal gücü yüksek olan devletlerin ve şirketlerin yaptığı abartılı stok politikası. Bu da bu tedarik zincirini son derece zorlayan bir konu. Yine uluslararası transportta ve ulaşımda yeni bir konsept görüyoruz. Burada sistem tamamen değişti. Avrupa Birliği de burada çok kötü gol yedi. Birkaç sene evvel bir optimizasyon adı altında uluslararası büyük konteyner süreçlerinin bir optimizasyon projesi altında sunduğu projeyi Avrupa Birliği Rekabet Kurumu kabul etti. Ama bugün bu çok ciddi bir oligopol yapıya dönüştü. İşte Avrupa'dan uzak doğuya olan konteyner fiyatları 4-5 katına, Avrupa Birliği'nden Amerika'ya olan konteyner fiyatları da 4-4,5 katına ulaştı. Dolayısıyla bu konuda o çok yüce kurumların da ne kadar öngörüsüz karar verdiklerini gördük. Buna bağlı olarak yeni sistemler ortaya çıkıyor. Yeni dağıtım sistemleri, şirketler ve ülkeler yeni sistemler ortaya çıkmaya çalışıyor. Çin bir politika uyguluyor, sıfır Covid politikası, ama dünyanın artık buna tahammül edemeyeceğini görüyoruz. Dolayısıyla Çin'in bu sıfır Covid politikasının da artık sıkıntı vermeye başladığını ve bunun hem Çinli firmalar hem de onların tedarikçileri tarafından ciddi bir şekilde sorgulandığını görüyoruz. Burada şunun da bitireceğim. Hem Türkiye hem Bosna Hersek Avrupa Birliği gibi çok önemli bir pazara, Türkiye açısından Orta Doğu gibi çok önemli bir pazara yakın olmalarından dolayı önemli bir avantaj yakalamış durumdalar. Dolayısıyla bence bu Covid'in getirdiği sıkıntıları dikkate alarak bu yeni dönemde bunu değerlendirme imkanı bulurlarsa, ki kamu politikaları ile beraber şirketlerin de bunu dikkate alması lazım. Bunun her iki Bosna Hersek'e, bugün içinde bu toplantı yaptığımız ülkeye ciddi katkı getirebileceğini düşünüyorum. Bir de tabii burada hem bu enerji, son olarak şunu ifade etmek istiyorum. Hem enerji fiyatlarının hem de Rusya-Ukrayna savaşının getirdiği ekonomik sonuçlarla karşı karşıyayız. Ama burada yine Batı'nın ve Amerika'nın kendi doğrularını kutsal ve kaçınılmaz tek doğru, mutlak doğru olarak hepimize kabul ettirme yönündeki yaklaşımını da kesinlikle doğru bulmuyorum ve kabul etmiyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you, Your Excellency. You made 6 important points which I will not summarize, but I think the most interesting one was that the business models are changing because of the COVID. For example, just in time, instead of just in time, now the businesses they have to consider just in case, because COVID has broken down everything, including the business models, and so this was very interesting. And also, you mentioned that you reminded that COVID has led to a worsening of the income distribution. So let me take it from here and give the word to Dr. Ahmet Albayrak. So, Dr. Ahmet Albayrak, if the income inequality has worsened, what can financial world do about this in the post-COVID era? Are you doing your part in trying to improve the income distribution and access to finance and social inequality?
Yeah. As an frequent commuter of that wonderful event, I would like to start with thanking the organizers of the forum, including the great organizer of everything, which favor of him can we deny. Thank you very much, Professor. Actually, I would like to come to the questions, but just summarizing what happened first, and what we can do as a financial industry and as a representative of Islamic finance, what we can do to overcome this obstacle. I think there is an opportunity, but in different meaning, I believe. The COVID-19 endemic has caused, of course, as all the participants mentioned, unprecedented global disruption to economies and livelihoods. For many, the impact on health and incomes has been devastating, especially for vulnerable groups in society, from the poor, needy, women, and those with no financial buffers. According to the World Bank, we see that 40 and 60 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty. And according to ILO, International Labour Organization, 55% of the world population are not covered by social insurance or social assistance. And 1.6 billion informal workers lost their 60% of their incomes with little or buffer or no any savings. And also approximately 300 million people in low and even middle income countries are at the risk of acute food insecurity. I just would like to continue, add some more. According to McKinsey Global Survey, March 2022, on economic conditions indicates, as Mr. Message indicates also, it shows the effects of pandemic will little bit continuing, over the I mean, maybe times to come, months to come, especially for domestic economic growth. As other participants also mentions, from global instability to inflation, from supply chain disruptions to rising interest rates and to labor shortages, expected economic conditions for next 6 months in global economy would be worsening than last 2 years. So as we look at the business, individuals, government, and society, businesses, of course, as Brother Avdagic mentioned, they increase their cost of operations, and their access to international capital is diminished. Individual, because of the businesses, they lost their jobs, and their access to education and social security became limited. And government, of course, due to those, lost their some revenues, and because of the tax incomes, and also as a result of business failures, they have to, socially support the society, and they have to bear with high social expenditures, health expenditures, etc. And society still, increase the perceived risk of new health crisis. So I know that this is a little bit dark table, but we have to, I think this is the opportunity. The opportunity lies on the not financial or some sectoral opportunities, but becoming more human. And as the brother Avdagic also mentioned, we should see the things differently. In the presence of Aliya İzzet Begovic, Aziza, according to him, Islam also appeals to people becoming human beings and keeping as human beings, even though with the tough times. This is, how he mentions Islam. So according to, all financial institutions, and including the Islamic financial institutions, we should evolve the role, and that post-COVID economic recovery has to be sustainable and embraces the future. So how we can do as financial institutions, not conventional or Islamic, but what we have to do, first of all, we have to be friendly coexistence with the ecosystems, with all stakeholders. We should really support the social impact, projects, and we should measure our way of doing. And we really invest on implement advanced technology programs, including the entrepreneurship, fintechs, and also through that we would like to increase our financial inclusiveness in the society. Last but not least, of course, there's an opportunity. I think we have to touch upon sustainable finance principles. I think this is the opportunity that financial institutions can capitalize on. Actually, I just would like to have very important philosophical underlining, mentioning Imam Ghazali from the 11th century. He mentioned Maqasid al-Sharia, objectives of Islam, preserve and enrich life of people, generations of people, intellect of people, faith of people, and wealth of people. So late scholars relates this Ghazali's taxonomy with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Saying that Islamic finance institutions or participation banks should be or should do more than whatever they are doing now. First of all. Secondly, I think as the society, we should go forward and should be establishing new Islamic social finance institutions. Actually, we can mention Zakat institutions, Waqf institutions, Islamic microfinance or Qard Hasan institutions, crowdfunding institutions, and also, this is a, really great treasury of the European, culture, and also coming from the old ancient roots. We should maybe reinvent financial cooperatives again. Of course, we should form those institutions with the similar sensitivity as we govern the banks. They should be, whatever we establish new, they should be, sustainable institutions and govern well and serve all existence, including human beings, without harming anything. I just would like to conclude giving very important example and how an Islamic and sustainable financial instruments could make a lovely couple. Kuwait Türk Participation Bank, leading Islamic Bank of Turkey, issued $350 million sustainable Tier 2 sukuk recently, actually at last September in 2021. As being the obligor of the transaction, Kuwait Türk, used to be, establishing new sukuk company, but according to under sustainable finance framework, that framework audited and accredited by the Sustain Analytics, which is the global SPO provider, and we actually promised our investors that we will finance or refinance green and social projects. I mean, with the raised, sukuk money, actually we identify, architects of that sukuk is right now is just sitting in front of me. We just identify approximately $400 million of green and social assets in our portfolio. It consists of renewable energy, pollution prevention control, energy efficiency, green building, clean transportation, especially as very important SME financing, affordable housing, just financing the educational and health services. So it's really, it was a great success, and the result was amazing. Actually, this $350 million sukuk, the oversubscribed, 12.3 times. Largest order book ever in Turkish FI history, 4.4 billion. And also 25% of the order book demanded by the international accounts, not just Gulf investors, and even 400 million of it demanded by the green and dark green funds. Actually, the price was amazing. It's better than sovereign, let's say. And of course, we have several best sukuk issues of the year awards. But it's more than that. We are awarded as Kuwait Turk, I mean, just responding the universe and people's scream just to becoming more and more sustainable. So I believe I will join the calls, I mean, from the all, panel participants that, I mean, as the all investors, we should change our way to look at things, especially profitability, I mean, just increasing the wealth, but we should be, focus more on the humanitarian efforts and what we are doing in the society, and what others doing in the society, and how we can support them. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Albayrak. Maybe in these efforts you can also join hands with EIB in Luxembourg and BBI here in Bosnia, because these are all, I think, institutions that can join hands to enhance these, let's say, access to finance and access to especially green finance. Okay, now we are running out of time, but we will have a very different view from the other part of the globe. His Highness Tunku Zeyn El Abidin comes from all the way from different parts of the world, from DC to Kuala Lumpur, etc. So we will hear from him, but I wanted to also mention that His Highness has some other skills, like he's a great artist. I don't know whether he will play here a piano or percussion, but so he brings very different skills and experience. Anyway, His Highness, so how does it look from the other part of the world that you can take to us? What can we learn from you in the way that we can do things here in our part of the world?
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murad. And I'm conscious of the time, so I will be quick. When I was driving or being driven from the airport to the hotel this morning, and I was considering the topic for today, opportunities for turnaround, I was thinking this is the evidence of the turnaround, that we are here at this forum in person after an absence of 3 years. And there were so many tourists out. We passed by the National Museum, and I thought this is already evidence of turnaround, and then that's wonderful. Many of the things that have been discussed earlier by my fellow panelists are identical. and have a very similar impact to us in Malaysia and in Southeast Asia. You talk about the disruption to the income distribution, you talk about the loss of livelihoods, of jobs, you talk about the disruption, of course, to supply network, support networks when people are sick with COVID, when you have, we had quite a period of a very high death rate of COVID, and that wreaks havoc on the ability of especially younger people, people who are dependent on other family members, to then have the usual support networks that they have. And also, of course, the disruption to supply chains when you have people not being able to go to work, manufacturing being disrupted, logistics being disrupted. But even then, when you had those threats and happening on the ground, this time last year, already there were people who were making the best opportunities out of those threats. You had unprecedented cooperation between charities and small business owners to make sure that the supply chains kept going. One example was, just moving simple things, medicines, blankets, vegetables, and other food items around so that people could have access to things. And one of the most, I remember through one of my charities, one of the most interesting things that happened was that a refugee charity, which had never before had any partnership with the corporate, with any corporates, suddenly found that there were logistical companies coming in just to make sure that things could get moving, and there was a different attitude towards the refugee community as a result. The realization that these are human resources that can be used to fill the gaps in the efficiency and productivity that they were used to before. And of course, coming out of that, many companies, especially SMEs in Malaysia, realized the importance of digital transformation. This is a theme that's already been mentioned many times on this panel. But now that the pandemic has become endemic, the process of digital transformation continues. I happen to have, in one of my other hats, I'm a chairman of a digital skills school, and we see so much demand from especially recent graduates who understand that the degrees that they have, whether they're in finance, in human resources, in management, may be great degrees to have, but without the knowledge of digital skills, they are very much sort of left exposed, and they need to have those digital skills. So there's a lot of demand from graduates themselves who realize the importance of these skills. And of course, SMEs and larger corporations who understand that the new normal created by the pandemic is here to stay. People understand now that working from home can be more efficient, and the need for physical meetings has become more, I suppose, more careful, more diligent. And so again, digital transformation is key. And the question that arises from this is, what is the role of the government in this, right? Government, again, I think Mr. Zoran, His Excellency Zoran Zaev mentioned the role of the government in making sure that this evolution towards digitalization occurs with support from government in terms of grants, in terms of subsidies, and without that, the economy in question, whether it's North Macedonia or Malaysia, becomes less competitive. So that's absolutely vital. Of course, there will be winners and losers in any transition in the economy, and the government needs to ensure that transition, there's a cushion for everyone's in terms of their lives and livelihoods. The message of sustainability has already been covered on this panel. But again, it's an opportunity. If new business processes and models are going to be adopted, here's an opportunity also to make sure the sustainability agenda remains true. I want to mention, of course, my civil society hat. And one of the things, at least in my part of the world, which is driving the sustainability agenda, is the increasing awareness and visibility of civil society organizations. It's civil society organizations who are pointing out international best practices, working with politicians from all sides, working with the civil servants, and making sure that institutions adopt things like the SDGs, embed them into their processes. And so with the turnaround, the opportunities for turnaround provided by COVID, it really, those two things dovetails. Now, obviously, one of the other things which is very interesting to hear from Southeast Europe is your perspective of geopolitics. And you've mentioned Ukraine many times, and you've mentioned Russia many times. But I think this is the first time I've been to a forum like this, and no one, or China, has hardly been mentioned. And so, of course, from Southeast Asia, the fact of our, when you talk about economic recovery, we cannot ignore the role that China plays, the fact that when we look at building our or rebuilding our infrastructure, when we talk about sustained economic growth, we need to come to terms with the fact that China needs to be involved with all the attendant geopolitical issues that may arise, and with all the I suppose the chatter, right, with all the worries that people express when people talk about the debt trap, when people talk about interference in domestic politics. So I think one of the challenges that we see and will continue coming out of COVID in my part of the world is how countries come to terms with the fact that we need to embrace the opportunities China brings with the BRI, but also we need to be careful about the geopolitical realities of that. This can be a whole nother forum, so I'm not going to talk about that too much. And of course, the relevance of trade deals like the CPTPP and others is part of this bucket of things we need to mention as well. To finish, I just want to mention the interplay between everything that I've said there with the role of institutions in Malaysia and my region, because when you have geopolitical concerns, when you have the threat of domestic political instability or interference from outside powers, which I think is an issue here as well, the importance of strong domestic institutions is vital to ensure that international investors still come, that businesses feel safe. So things like central bank policy, things like policies on FDIs, things like tax policy, minimum wage, employment policy, regulators, stock exchanges. So having predictability and having stability between all of these institutions can help check and balance a situation where political uncertainty may be rising. So I hope that gives a small sort of perspective from the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness. Now we are under time pressure, so I will immediately pass to Orhan Aydın, who will talk about perspective from Turkey, and in fact from Ankara, and mostly the perspective of small industrial businesses, how they feel about the situation and what can be done the way forward. Please, Orhan Bey, I am warned that we are running out of time, so please limit to 10 minutes. Thank you.
10 dakikaya sığdırmaya çalışacağım Sayın Başkan. Değerli delegasyon, hepinizi OSTİM kurumları adına ve OSTİM heyeti adına saygıyla, sevgiyle selamlıyorum. Ve bu toplantımızın, bu forumumuzun hepimiz için, ülkelerimiz için, insanlık için güzel neticeler doğurmasını temenni ediyorum. Şimdi nasıl bakıyoruz? Tabii bu pandemi yeniden dünyaya bakışımızı, iş yapma biçimimizi, yönetim şekillerimizi, üretim şekillerimizi, tedarik şekillerimizi ve dünyaya bakışımızı kısmen değiştirdiğini düşünüyorum. Çünkü pandeminin ilk anında çok alıştığımız ve dünyayı böyle hoyratça kullanarak geldiğimiz noktanın biraz insanlık farkına vardığını düşünüyorum. Çünkü gerçekten dünyayı çok hor kullandık. Bize bırakılan bu emanetleri, havayı, suyu, toprağı, insanları, mahlukatı, Cenab-ı Hakk'ın yarattığı mahlukata şefkat ve merhameti terk ettiğimiz için bir şekilde bu belalara muhatap olduk. Bu benim inancım gereği bunu söylüyorum ama sadece bunu ben ve benim inancım söylemiyor. Az önce bahsedildi. Birleşmiş Milletler'in sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinde de hemen hemen aynı başlıklar tekrar ediliyor. Ama bunlara çok fazla kulak asmadığımız için dünyayı hep birlikte yaşanamaz bir hale getiriyoruz. Bunun sonucunda da birbirimizle olan ilişkilerimiz, ülkelerimiz arasındaki ilişkilerimiz bir savaşa, barış içinde yaşamamız gereken dünyayı savaşa, kana ve gözyaşına maalesef insanlık kendi kendine boğuyor. Ve bu dengesizlikler, bu gelir dağılımındaki bozukluklar ve yaşama biçimimizdeki bozukluklar yine dünyada bütün kaynaklar hepimize yetecekken maalesef yetmez hale geliyor. Dünyada okuduğuma göre 800 milyon insan aç ama bir 800 milyon insan da obezite kilolarını azaltmak için çaba sarf ediyor. Yani obez insanların yediklerini yiyemeyenlere aktarabilse dünya, bu dengeyi sağlayabilse birçok şeyi değiştirebileceğimizi düşünüyoruz. Bu pandemi bize biraz bunları acaba hatırlattı mı ve yeniden biz bunu hatırlamaz ve farkında olmazsak acaba yine benzeri olaylar tekrar eder mi? Bana göre eder. Belki daha kötü olayları da dünya yaşayabilir diye düşünüyorum. Peki ne yapmalıyız diye kendimize sorduğumuz zaman ben çok fazla dünyayı değiştirmeyi ikinci plana atarak ben bugün burada tabii biz bir Saraybosna'dayız ve bir iş formundayız. Biraz ben yerel çözümler üzerinde bir şeyler söylemek istiyorum. Benim bulunduğum bölge Ankara'da, Türkiye'de 6500 işletmenin, küçük ve orta ölçekli işletmenin bir arada bulunduğu bir sanayi bölgesi, bir iş merkezi, bir üretim merkezinden geliyoruz biz. Benim bulunduğum bölgede işletmelerin dışında onlara eğitim, sağlık hizmetleri sunan yapılar var. Aynı zamanda yine bu işletmelerin sinerjisini arttırıcı, işbirlik ve güç birliğini arttırıcı yapıların oluştuğu kümelenmeler var. Buradaki sorulara cevap olabilecek belki başlıklardan bazılarını bu platformlarda çözebileceğimizi düşünüyorum ve çok somut olarak ben burada bu iş formuna ve buradaki katılımcılara ve özellikle Saraybosna'daki bakanlık, Ministry of Economy Bakanlığımızın yetkililerine somut olarak birkaç şey söylemek istiyorum. Bir, biz Ankara'da ve Türkiye'de bilinen ve 20 ayrı ülkede de kendi modelimizi aktarmaya çalışan bir yapıya sahibiz. Biz istiyoruz ki Saraybosna'daki yapılarla da işbirliği yapalım. Hangi yapılar? Bir organize sanayi bölgesi varsa biz o bölgeyle bütün bilgilerimizi paylaşmak, karşılıklı olarak öğreneceklerimizi öğrenmek, bildiklerimizi onlara aktarmak ve bu bilgiyi paylaşarak çoğaltmayı çok isteriz. Yoksa yenisini kurmayı isteriz. İkincisi, teknopark konusu da dünyanın geleceğine çare çözüm üretme konusunda teknoloji çok önemli. Bunun insana yararlı teknolojilerin üretilmesi için oluşturduğumuz teknoloji geliştirme bölgemizin de burada muhatabını bulabilirsek onlarla da işbirliği yapmak isteriz, paylaşmak isteriz. Birbirimize çok katkımız olacağını düşünüyorum. Onun dışında yine burada bizim heyetimizde bugün buraya gelen arkadaşlarımız 6 tane küme yetkilisi burada. Bunlardan iş ve inşaat makineleri, medikal, yenilenebilir enerji, önce hanımefendinin bahsettiği başlıkların hepsini içeren yenilenebilir enerji, çevre teknolojileri, havacılık endüstrisi, kauçuk teknolojileri, raylı sistemler ve haberleşme teknolojilerini kapsayan küme faaliyetlerimizle biz burada muhataplarımızla bu başlıklar altında işbirliği yapmaya, güç birliği yapmaya, ortaklaşa rekabet yapmaya açık olduğumuzu burada belirtmek istiyorum. Ve bu konularda biz çaba sarf etmeyi gönüllü olarak kabul ediyoruz. Burada tabii aynı zamanda Ostim Teknik Üniversitesi'nin yetkilileri de burada. Üniversitelerimiz arasında da bu işbirliğini geliştirebilirsek, bir network oluşturabilirsek ve bunu sürekli sürdürülebilir hale getirebilirsek, hem Bosna Hersek'teki dostlarımız hem Türkiye'deki bu ekosistemi buluşturup insanlık yararına, Saraybosna yararına, Türkiye yararına güzel çıktılar elde edebileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Ben bu formun somut çıktısının bizim açımızdan böyle bir şeye dönüştürülmesini burada özellikle hem teklif ediyorum hem bunun yapılmasını ilgili şeylere, kurumlara özellikle altını çizerek hatırlatmak istiyorum. Bunu yapmazsak sorumlu olacağımızı düşünüyorum. Sorumlu olacağımızı düşünüyorum. Bu sorumluluktan kurtulmak için bu konuda işbirliği yapmak isteyen kurumlara biz söylediğim başlıklar içerisinde sınırsız çalışma ve çaba gösterme taahhüdünde bulunarak bu vebalden kendimi kurtarmak istiyorum. Yeniden bu formun Saraybosna'ya, bölgemize, tüm insanlığa hayırlı neticeler çıkmasını da ayrıca temenni ediyorum. Zamanın çok sıkışık olduğunu hocamı sıkıştırıyorlar, görüyorum. Zamanı çok fazla ihlal etmeden ben tekrar birkaç tane mottoyla toplantıyı, sözümü tamamlamak istiyorum. Bir, dünya hepimize emanet. Dünya bize emanet. Dünya bize emanet ve biz birbirimize emanetiz. Hepimiz birbirimize emanet. Eğer dünyayı barış, adalet ve hakkaniyet içerisinde yaşanabilir bir hale getirmek istiyorsak birbirimize emanet olduğumuzu unutmamamız gerektiğini söylemek istiyorum. Sürdürülebilir kalkınmayla ilgili yapılacak işler çok net. Bütün dünyanın başlıkları aslında ortak ama maalesef açgözlülük ve çıkar çatışmaları ve kuvvetin üstün tutulması ve hak sebebi sayılması nedeniyle hayata geçiremediğimiz bu başlıkları da hepimiz eğer kendi hayatımızda yaşanabilir hale getirirsek hepimiz birbirimize iyilik yapmış oluruz diye düşünüyorum. Tekrar hepinize saygılar sunuyorum. Formumuzun, iş formumuzun hepimize hayırlı olmasını temenni ediyor. Saygılar, sevgiler sunuyorum. Sağ olun, var olun diyorum.
Thank you, Mr. Orhan Aydın. Now we are under time pressure and we don't want to be between you and your lunch, so we have to finish. Am I allowed to take a question? For how long? Because I have been receiving a lot of questions, so 5 minutes. Okay. So let's go with you. Yes. If you can introduce yourself at the beginning. The microphone. I have been receiving questions, so yes, now you can ask your questions, just to limit it for a total of 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. My name is Professor Mohammed Obeidat. I'm from Jordan, former Minister of Public Works and Housing, and the President of Jadara University. I have 3 questions, in fact, very rapid questions. The first one is that we have to thank you very much from our deep beating heart on my behalf and Dr. Shukra's, the director of the board of the Jadara University and American University, American School. I realized that the most of the focus over here was about COVID-19 and Russian-Ukrainian conflict. However, we would love to hear something as a post-solutions for these problems. Mainly, we have to hear post-pandemic and the crisis solutions and the new directions that, such as, for example, public-private partnership, such as entrepreneurship, such as also SMEs, small and medium enterprises, as solutions for the economic crisis that we are focusing on nowadays. Number 2, I would love to hear something regarding the opportunities of educational investment. Nowadays, among the digital transformation, some of you have been mentioned that in this regards about the virtual reality campuses, in fact, that people should explore as investment throughout the new millennium. And the third question regarding the funding of the governmental funding. We realize that there is a shortage of funds for the governments. So seeking the public-private partnership, of course, requires this thing. And I would love to hear something about these three questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We will go question by question. I don't know if anyone would like to take the floor for this. I thought Sandrine may wish to say something because the professor from Jordan asked about the PPPs, SMEs, and digital transformation, VR, funding, but not only limited to you, of course, if anybody else would like to take the floor, but very short. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, maybe to answer your first remarks and question as regard the fact that we are also looking at the after the pandemic. I mean, this is something we never stop. We are financing SMEs. I mean, it's 1/3 of our portfolio in the country. We're trying to find some project in digitalization, but not easy in Bosnia because the systems are not in place. Energy efficiency, I mean, renewable energy, this is also something which was already here before the pandemic and the crisis, and that we're trying to develop at the Climate Bank of the European Union. So it's there already. I mean, it's just that we're trying to develop it even more now because because we see the urgency.
Anybody would like to respond in addition to Sandrine? Okay, if not, what other questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Please also introduce yourself at the beginning. We need the mic there. Yes, but for recording. Who is asking? Yes. Okay, just one sec. We will come back to you with the microphone. Okay? You would like to take the mic? No. There is a panel tomorrow about PPP and SMEs maybe as well. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon for all. I want to ask in Turkish if possible.
Yes, sure, but introduce yourself also.
My name is Abdullah Çörtü. I am attending from Ankara, Ostim company.
Ostim Investment Company.
Yes, the company is Ankara, but in Istanbul Exchange Market, Istanbul Bors, the code is Ostim. I am General Director of Ostim company. I want to ask, I think the correct address is Mr. Zaev. About direct investment, your opinion about direct investment. The development I mean, how is development in direct investment? Especially the interest rate is getting higher and higher in the world, you know. Fed and maybe AMB also is preparing to increase the investment rate. And also after COVID, do you think the direct invest will increase or not? And how is this development we realize? On the other hand, especially Bosnia-Herzegovina and this region, do you advise any special sector for investment? And what is your opinion about investment in this area? Thank you very much. I ask in English. Thank you.
Okay, so this will be our last question. Basically, Abdullah Bey is asking about how to develop private investment, especially in the region. I think that's the crux of the question.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. I think this region, Southeastern Europe, or we call it Western Balkan, is more and more attractive during the years. Especially, you know, in the past there was a lot of wars here in the Balkan. Now it's a building friendship. It's a multi-ethnical and multi-religion region, but cooperation increased very much. In this matter, direct investment here in the region are very supported by the governments. If you try to invest, for example, in North Macedonia, but more or less it's all around the region, in our technological investment zones, you can get support up to 50% of your investment. If you invest 10 million euro, you can get 5 million euro in different kind of aspects of support. For example, first is zero corporate tax for the next 10 years, zero personal income tax for salaries for the next 10 years. All the rest you can get directly from the budget in your account when you execute the special section of the investment and the governments are follow you. The region have more attractive taxations. Between 5 and 12% is corporate tax in all this region, what is also very rare. And in the end of the day, we can offer a lot of competitive resources. We can offer good location because of big European market, who is very good payful for the services and the stocks. And of course, we are still out of European Union, so there is no so big obligation like European Union, and that is advantage for a lot of companies who want to invest here in the region. Interest rate is very competitive, between 1.5 till 2.2 is depend. In local currency, yes, you can take loans from domestic banks all around the region.
1% per year.
1.5% till 2.2 per year interest rate. Very attractive. It's a lot of available money also in the banks. And also what is very important now, we try to attract a big movement of investment who came from China, from Asia, because pandemic showed that a lot of German, French, Italian investors who invest far away during the COVID and the problems with transportation was very important for the chain of supply, and we can collect it. That includes Turkey also, because the whole region here, Balkans, you know, are very close and very small. And of course, that was my point. If we act together, we can be very competitive, get bigger appreciation from the Western Europe, from Asia, from United States, from Russia, from Northern Europe, etc., etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This looks very attractive, but of course all countries in this region is very attractive, not only Northern Macedonia, but zero corporate tax, 1% interest rate, these are incredible. Thank you very much. So let me thank BBI for organizing this event, giving us this platform. We should also thank our Master of Ceremony and also our translators. They did, I think, a very good job. And thank you for being patient with us and skipping your lunch. I think we'll have an opportunity to have lunch, but nevertheless. So again, thank you so much. And that's it for our session.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much for all the participants in the forum, and thank you so much, Mr. Murat Julek. Yes, so now we will conclude. Lunch is not skipped, don't worry about this. It will be waiting for us after we go out. Thanks to the organizer and congratulations on the organization of this important event, especially first time after the COVID pandemic. Join us tomorrow for the second day of Sarajevo Business Forum at Hotel Hills. Don't forget the registration starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. This year, Business Forum has organized several dynamic programs on nearshoring, tourism, private-public partnership, Islamic finance, and sustainable development goals. There will also be special sessions regarding business cooperation between Bosnia and Herzegovina and Malaysia. Enjoy your lunch, have a wonderful afternoon, and thank you so much for coming and interest. Have a great day ahead.